Ah, shit, I did not mean to do that. God damn it. Fucking A. Oi, yo! What is up, everybody? It's Chaos for you 728, and I'm back on again with the regularly scheduled programming. It's Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Hope everybody's having a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever the hell from. Thank you to those that are still subscribed. Your continued support has been greatly appreciated. And thank you to those that just recently subscribed. Do hope you stick around for the long run. If you're new to the channel, you advise what you see now won't be what you see next time, as I play a variety of different games on the channel. Tomorrow, it's going to be 7 Days to Die in the morning and the evening. Wednesday, of course, World of Warcraft. Thursday evenings, Killing Floor 2. Friday evenings is Phasmophobia. Saturdays is alternating Red Dead Grand Theft Auto. So see you there. After this month, it's looking like I will be, or after this month, yeah, in the month of July, I will be dedicating a month to Grand Theft Auto. So that should be fun. I've already figured out kind of a game plan to attack it because I can't handle a whole month of World of Warcraft. Wow. I cannot handle a whole month of Grand Theft Auto online. I will lose my shit. So I'm going to do story mode in the morning, and I'm going to do online in the evening. And also that gives people a chance that are working during the day to join up with me in the evenings to do stuff. So we're going to pick up where I left off. Yo! Batty Commander, welcome to the stream. I see Grave Digger in here. James Money 615. Welcome, sir. Let me get the TTS on so I can hear you fine folks through this fucked off bot. Get
the Wolf Syndicate
music turned
said,
down some.
Yo, Wolf Pack.
And boom. We're gonna skip that song though. Here we go. Oh, I don't think you have 25 credits to be gambling, Crystal.
Bot Regs said, Crystal Kitten dice roll result 3. You got half of the bet back.
I was wrong. We're gonna pick up where I left off. Technically, I could go deal with
Bot
the
Regs
problem now.
said,
but
the Wolf
I
Syndicate
want
dice
to
roll
weaken-
result 6. You've won triple the bet.
I want to weaken them a little bit more. And I also want to see where this goes, because at the end of this mission, the first set of missions with this chick, it gave the hard option, which means eventually
Crystal Kitten
I'm going to be able to
said,
try and bang her.
Hi W Syndicate. A wild. Big Angry Phil
Yo!
entered the chat.
Big
Welcome to
Angry
the stream.
Phil, welcome
Big
to
Angry
the
Phil
stream. Hope you're doing well.
Said, Yo Chaos in chat.
It
Crystal
don't
Kitten
work like
said,
that, Wolf Syndicate.
Hi Phil. A wild. That RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3.
You got
entered the chat.
1,044
Welcome to the stream.
points.
That RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3.
You were down to
said,
46 points.
Big Chaos Yo. Bata Commander said, Giggity, did you say you're going to bang her Giggity?
I'm gonna
The Wolf
try.
Syndicate said, I Phil. Bot Regs said, the Wolf Syndicate dice roll result 1. You lost the bet. Bata Commander said, yeah, take her to Pound Town. Big Angry Phil
Unfortunately, they will not show
said,
it.
Hey Crystal Wolf Bata Commander said, Big Angry Phil yo. Bot Regs said, Crystal Kitten dice roll result 2. You lost the bet. That RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3 said, Chaos Bouta beat it up dough.
Northern part of the tavern point. So that tells me it's gonna be in here. So before we get this dumpster fire going, I need to do my pre-game warm-up. So those who drink up, bitches. There's no need to cry like a bitch. I ain't forgot about you. Drink up. Oh, fuck yeah. me pause this real quick. Or some bullshit happens. Ooh. Let me load the Patriot here. Alright, cheers, everybody. Oh, boy. Oh, fuck yeah. Whoa. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, what's up, Batty Commander? How you doing, sir? Oh, God.
Nipplecles is well. Glad to see Teabagacles in action.
Oh, that definitely killed him. I finally got to Sparta kick someone off of a cliff. Teabagacles is pleased.
Yes, I am here for the dip potato chip action.
Oh, you're about to get it.
Yeah. Dip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, real fast for a second. Real slow.
Oh yeah, dip,
Real
slow.
Oh,
Chip.
God, he's really dropping it down there. Oh, just
Oh,
I just
yeah.
fell right on him.
Oh yeah, got both of them in there. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fucking mouth breather. Oh, yeah.
I'm not looking forward to working this weekend.
You got a big sale coming or what?
Drag Queen show and Pride Month.
That RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3
A lot
said,
of,
that's what she said.
You guys sell Preparation H at that store?
Nope.
Why not?
We're not a pharmacy.
Oh.
You gotta
Yeah, I
have a
guess
lot of
you would need to
hemorrhoids,
be.
though.
Yeah, you can't be shoving that many things in that many, those to not cause any damage.
Butt plugs, believe it or not, the small ones are actually used to get rid of.
They found loopholes to keep their little bussies tight.
Is that it must be a method to help, pull it all back together and get that muscle reset.
Well, it's like women got Kegels, gays have preparation. Mini butt plugs.
Yeah. And years ago, when I used to hang out at this coffee house, I was amazed at how many young women would sit there and talk about using Preparation H, around their eyes to get rid of the puffiness and swelling from a night of drinking. And, never tried it.
That worked.
Right.
That worked to an extent, and then women were getting like chemical burns on their faces from it.
See, now I gotta do a bullshit like this. That fucking bounty hunter showed up. Ah! He just poisoned me. And this goddamn pussy's with him. Ah! Had to be the one with the fucking cat.
Damn.
I really
Chemical burns on the eyes, huh?
serves him right.
Yep. Because
Yeah.
the chemicals around the eyes were too harsh, especially for how sensitive the skin around the eyes are.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think they're putting it on their actual eyeball. They put it, where below on the cheek where the swelling occurs from not getting enough sleep and
You know that I'm talking about under the eyes there and stuff where you get the dark circles and everything else.
right.
That skin there is extremely sensitive. So if you put any heavy type of chemical on that area of your skin, you will get it will cause a chemical burn.
And it was to the point where all these people were, and some of these people used to go to orgies and whatnot, and the sex was, I don't want to say it's out of control. I'm not, do what you want. If they're an adult, but because I sit there for hours. I go there for like 3 or 4 hours a night. It's a good place to hang out. And when I had my 2 TV shows and stuff, most of those people were working with me. And so, all right, get to my point here. I was just amazed how comfortable people are telling me so many personal, intimate things about so many things, and I never asked for it. They just, all these girls all had one stick of deodorant, spare panties, of course, makeup. We were going to come up with like I forgot what we are going to call it, like a hooker kit or something like that. Where, like for men, we are going to come up with this little packet. It comes with one condom, a body wipe, so like shit, what is that? Old Spice, and and I think some kind of gum, freshens your breath. So this way, if you're out and about, and if you're at the club too long, if you want some
Something
action,
to
you
get
can.
the alcohol and jizz off your breath.
Yeah, because some of these people, I mean, I'd sit there in a coffee place, usually in the evenings after the sun goes down around that time, and I was just amazed how many people just go out in the parking lot, go to Pound Town, yeah, what you just said, wipe the jizz off their face, and woman look at a guy like, "You up?" Guys, I'm down.
Mm-mm.
And I was like, man, there's good-looking women there. And then talk about STDs and stuff started coming up. I'm like, nope. So I managed to avoid all that drama. so so now so now there are dozens and dozens of people with chlamydia, warts, herpes, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, how'd that work out for you?
Mm-mm-mm. Sounds tasty.
How'd it won't happen to me. I'm smart. I know better.
So one people don't realize too is that if you have toys,
A wild.
if you don't
Rigzus Prime.
clean them,
Entered
Yo,
the
what's
chat.
up,
that
Rex?
you
Welcome
can
to
get
the stream.
STDs from your own toys.
Rigzus Prime.
How you
Said.
doing, sir?
Hello, just finished Metro Exodus just a few minutes
Well,
ago.
despite
Nice.
what I like, I like to joke a lot in my lives and other people's
Chrysalkitten.
lives, and everybody thinks I
Said.
just toss it out everywhere.
Hi,
I have an
Rigzus.
amazing amount of restraint when it comes to temptation.
Rigzus Prime.
There's some really,
Said.
really,
Hey,
really
kitten.
good-looking women when I was hanging out there. But it does pay. If you're going to sit at the poker table, it does kind of pay to lose a few hands so you can watch everybody else's tell. If everybody gets that reference or not.
Yeah. You learn their little ticks and shit.
Yeah, and their ticks are, they're just exaholics. They just toss it out there with no caution. Just really reckless. Not even picky.
Well, that's the beauty of birth control. It makes you think you can do it.
Yeah.
But birth control's not always 100%.
Oh, that don't matter. It's
I think
enough
most.
to give them the illusion that they are borderline invincible.
Yeah, and some of these women just did it out of boredom. They didn't even like pick a a good-looking guy with personality and good reputation. Just like, they'll do. Holy shit, man! Other than that, it was all right. I liked that place. They had a lot of I don't want to say eclectic, interesting. I mean, you had a lot of. They had poetry night on Sunday. You had good and better. And it's really nice to see people come out of their shell and stand up in front of a group of people for the first time and express themselves. So, of course, this is the time before YouTube, had lives and panels and all that stuff. So, and of course, there's always 20 guys there with a guitar.
Oh god.
There's some stinky dude who never takes a bath and thinks petroleum oil is the only way to cleanse his body, and he stinks to high hell. And he's always in charge of the drum circle. I hate petroleum oil. I hate that shit with a passion.
I don't even know
That
what the
stuff
fuck it
smells
is.
gross. But yet it repels bugs like crazy.
All right, good point. I don't know what their living status of most of these people were. Some were roommates with other people. That I do know, but so all right. Maybe a shower a day and do your laundry on a regular basis. That'll do it. And Rexus is really picking up steam on his project. Awesome.
Yeah, it suddenly went live. Fortunately, my phone was on the charger, so I couldn't really be there to watch it.
Yeah. I think that was his first one. And,
Yeah, I wanted to be
stretching his
there to
leg.
pop his cherry.
He had some technical difficulties and expressed a bit of dissatisfaction. We gave him some encouragement and he kept going.
It happens, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, I still have technical difficulties because technology's retarded.
I cannot tell you how many times I've gone live and I'm sitting there talking like everybody's listening. And 5 minutes later, somebody will finally say, "Hey, no sound." I'm like, "Damn it."
Oops.
I just talked for 5 minutes and now you tell me I got no sound?
I've done it too.
Yeah. I'll turn my cell phone. Now I turn my cell phone on. Turn my live on, move my headset just to the side so I can hear myself in the echo. I'm like, okay, I got sound good. Just keep going.
Get a nice little infinite loop going for a second.
Yeah. And because I don't use Chrome browser, they if I use any YouTube videos, I'll get like maybe 5-10 minutes before they cut the sound. They want me to go to Chrome. I use Brave because there's no commercials, and I discovered it before COVID. Thank God, because I stayed at home a lot.
Commercials, unfortunately, here on YouTube.
On my
All
cell
the
phone,
other
I do.
places, I get pop-ups. Or I don't get pop-ups. Like iAnime, you get pop-ups
Right.
on there. It's the
My
anime
cell phone.
website I go to. The other websites, like if I go on, because I get Hulu through T-Mobile.
Right.
If I do it on my computer, I don't get ads. It actually starts saying, "Hey, we need you to turn your pop-up off so we can actually, because this is how." No, I don't give a shit. Fuck you. keep it on.
Yeah, I don't.
I gotta deal with
I don't-
that screen, but I'd rather deal with that than having to hear something being advertised that I'm never gonna buy.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, my cell phone's rotten with commercials. I'm so sick of Walter Goggins goggles for Goggins for your noggins. I mean, I like the guy. He's a good actor, but man, saturated with his commercials. I'm sick of his sunglasses now.
I don't know who he is, so I don't really care.
He was in that movie Hateful Eight. And
Okay. I normally stick
was,
around long enough for the skip button to pop up, and then I'm on it. That's how. Like, I'm not gonna pay to dodge the ads. I do that for YouTube Music.
I tell you what really, gets me is I'll push the skip button, and you can see where the color changes because it acknowledges you touches it,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't skip it and it goes to the next commercial, and I'm like,
Yeah, you'll get
you
double whammy
mother-
with another commercial afterwards. Then you
Yeah,
have to
I
wait for
swear it
that
does
one
it
to
on
pop up.
purpose.
It does. And some of these channels, I think the way it works is like every 100 views you make some money. If someone watches a full ad, you make some money off of it. That's about all I really understood from it.
I think it's another form of dog training with the skip button. Because once in a while, it depends what I'm doing. If I'm in the kitchen cooking or doing dishes, cleaning, I won't bother. I'll just let the commercial play.
wild.
So I'm like, all right, 2-3
Johnny
minutes, big deal.
Midnight.
But
Entered
man,
the chat. Welcome to the stream.
you're really
Johnny
into what
Midnight
you're doing when you realize,
Said,
you
I
look
have
over
to
at your
use an
phone,
ad
you're like,
blocker. YT sucks
a
too much.
5-minute
dick. The ad rate
commercial,
is
and you're already
astonishing.
2 minutes into it, and you're like, are you effing kidding me? Who the hell has a 5-minute commercial? And it's usually for some Christian group who's trying to help some people in the country you don't give two craps about.
They're trying to actually kill them.
Well, they're raising money for them. They're like, well, if you want to give to these poor children. No, I'm so sick of.
The ones I
Look, you
always
get-
get are the survival foods. And now I'm getting a lot of the comics.
Oh.
It's like some femboy vampire in a school, and he's getting bullied, and
Johnny Midnight said, YT nerfed ad block again today. The performance sucks.
You look at the Amazon. You got so many people who live out in the jungle. They've been there for over 1,000 years. They're healthy. They have children. They have, no problems and drama.
just got a little
But,
moist in here.
What the fuck is going on in here?
Seems a little moist. Oh
I
yeah.
also
What's going on?
Moist like Saunders' ass!
Milo Wolf, I see what you doing. You over here
I'm-
playing a game with a chick that looks like Andrea. Okay, I see what you're doing.
I'm surprised Saunders don't have
Johnny
some kind
Midnight
of diaper rash product
said,
out.
Harrow
All
of
that
Draw.
moist.
He uses preparation H. No. Saunders E booty bra. Or Bussy ball. That's how he keeps his. That's how he
That's a lot.
keeps his anus nice and moist, so it doesn't chap up from shucking corn the long way.
That's a lot of zinc oxide.
Well, he do love the zinc. But you know,
Mhm.
he loves the salty, zinky taste of Dick's brand chips.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm thinking
Crystal
about moving
Kitten
to Florida, man. I'm gonna go
said,
get me a harem
"Hi,
of
Johnny."
golden girls.
Johnny Midnight said,
Dun, dun, dun,
They
dun,
are
dun,
talking
dun.
about
Thank you
Flander
for
ass
being
right
a
now.
friend.
Johnny Midnight
Mhm. I
said,
can't wait
Hey Crystal,
to have women take their teeth out and service me. Giggity. Just gotta find one that looks like B. Arthur.
And
She's
you
so
begged for more of a what's her name?
What's going
The
on,
tall
Johnny?
masculine one?
That's
yeah,
B.
she's
Arthur.
so
Oh,
she's
that's
so
B.
stern and
Arthur?
unforgiving.
Yeah, that's B. Arthur.
Johnny
I
Midnight,
thought that
Yeah.
was the really old
Said.
hag.
Gummers
No,
and
that's
Gummers
Estelle
Bade,
Getty.
You're talking about Estelle, the mother of the group.
Yeah, Estelle Getty.
Yeah. And her hair wasn't even white. Well, I mean, probably was, but she dyed her hair. Anyway, she wore a wig on the show.
She was also in a workout tape.
But B. Arthur, man, she's just so stern and unforgiving. Woof, turns me on. I could just picture her laying on the bed, just starfishing it, going, "Is that it? Can't you do any better?"
Johnny Midnight, said.
And eventually, she'll
Chris
give in when I
Elkington, we
get
are
the right spot.
simping
She'll
over
go, "Oh, that's
geriatric
what Mama
corpses."
likes."
Gummers
You know she
and
was
Hummers.
She was in the Marines in World War II.
I heard about that.
I did not.
She
Johnny
made
Midnight
staff sergeant in
said.
3 years.
LOL.
That's pretty damn good for somebody not in combat. I mean, that's really good for somebody not in combat.
The hell'd she do?
She was
that
a
sucked.
truck driver, dispatcher, and some supply, but mostly,
Oh.
yeah. So, if she was a dispatcher and she got that much rank, that tells me
Johnny Midnight,
she didn't take any shit,
said.
and she ran that
Batty,
office
would
so
you
good
like
that
her
they
to make you
promoted
do
her.
PT?
She took initiative.
Johnny would like to know, Batty, would you like her to make you do PT?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We'll do a lot of hip thrust. We'll do the military count though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
1, 2, 3, go. Dun, 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 dun. Baby.
Johnny Midnight,
Well, I don't know if you
said.
know this or not, but in the military
Jesus.
you don't do
Johnny
10
Midnight,
jumping jacks. You do 40.
said.
You do
Ha ha
you do
ha.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. You end up doing 2,000 damn jumping jacks when you're done.
Yeah, oh yeah, by the 4 count.
What's a motherfucker?
Fuck yeah.
It's a psychological game, and you know what? I didn't catch on to it for months. I kind of knew what was going on. I'm like, all right, whatever. But
I
was not in-
realized I was doing a lot more
Johnny
push-ups
Midnight
than what I was supposed to be doing.
Okay, your
Like, why am I
fantasy is
doing
getting
so
way
many
too
goddamn
detailed. LOL.
push-ups?
no, all I could think is, all right, don't, I knew I was not an exceptionally athletic man compared to everybody else, but I was definitely not the weakest link. And all I could think is, when you're doing them push-ups and when you go down, and you're like, man, this is a long freaking pause, man. Damn it, let's keep going. And if you do catch the instructor, he's like, he's got a smile, like, yeah, let's see who breaks. Up.
And that is why I'll never go into the military.
Oh man, it's just a game. Besides, I mean, when you're right out of high school and if you're in good shape to begin with, not exceptional, but if you're in good shape, you're all right, man. It's all meant to, you got to remember, if you're in the military, you're training, for harsh times, and combat is, it can either be exceptionally, like holy shit, that was easy, or you just, it can last for days, and you run out of water, you're fucked.
Johnny Midnight,
Can't stop
said.
though.
I'm so
So
old,
they're
the
just
only
looking
army
for
I
weak
can
people
join is the
and
Grey
just trying to
Panthers.
weed them out or build them up. That's all. I think you would have liked it, Outlaw.
Yeah,
Those
I
are-
mean,
They seem like they're dickheads when you first start, but after a while you realize they're really interested in you and they love you and they want to see you do well.
Yeah, sure they
what kind of lovey-dovey
Johnny
crap
Midnight
bullshit is this?
said. In a couple of years I
Private
get a free
Outlaw,
coffee at
you just earned your
MCDS.
squadron another 400 push-ups.
Yeah. The only time anybody ever got mad is when they did a fire alarm when you're in the shower and you got to walk out there with a towel around your waist. You're standing out there barefooted.
Do you want this squadron to do more push-ups? Who else wants a hug? Drop down and give me 1,000 push-ups now!
Oh, you're talking some army shit. Go look if go in the Air Force. It's well, I don't know. They changed the Air Force so much now. They tried to match it up to somewhat of an Army standard, and now they even give them the blue training rifles and Air Force basic training attached
Johnny
to the
Midnight
locker, so now they can feel like
said,
everybody's part of the
Go
combat
draw Don
arms
T,
scene.
pull the grenade and throw
And,
the pin.
most of these people are paper pushers. They'll never touch a rifle.
Just in case the base gets attacked.
Here's the problem you get when you get a bunch of people who don't train regularly with combat. Oh, I play, I play, and what's that combat game everybody plays with the
Call of
military
Duty?
thing? Oh. Yeah, you always get some dick who goes, "Oh yeah, I play Call of Duty and I do airsoft. I know what to do." Look, man, you got rank, but you're not trained for this.
No. Reading
I'll
about
give you-
it and doing it are two totally different things.
Right, I'll give you a great example. Gas will get this. We have a big base exercise. Everybody draws weapons. We're just shooting blanks. And at the end of the day, because I was an MP in combat arms. Sometimes because I was low ranking, they just take me at the clearing barrel. So everybody's got to clear their weapons when they come in. And what you do is you walk up to the barrel, you stick your barrel in, pull your bolt back. I look in to make sure it's empty. You slam it forward, pull the trigger, and you open it up again. And anyways, so all the people who are all the office workers, I'm amazed how many people walk up and go, "What do I do?" I'm like, "Oh dear God."
Oh, bow, chick, wow, wow, chick, wow, wow.
I remember one time we were out in the field.
Wow.
We're like
No squares playing while sex is going on.
Pound Town. Giggity. Yeah.
He's
Oh, wow.
scoring!
Micree Gamer.
Chip, potato chip.
Enter the chat. Welcome to the stream. Micree
What's
Gamer.
up, Micree
He's
Gamer?
sticking his
Hi.
he's sticking his Nathan's hot dog wiener in her buns.
Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well.
Look at him. He's got all that
She's got
he's
that.
got- post nut clarity. He's like, "Oh, do we have to talk? We're done, aren't we?"
He's got that morning after sex face. Like, oh yeah, boy. That just
Come on,
happened.
baby. That was just pillow talk. Leave me alone.
And he's
I got
like,
stuff to do.
he's like, oh fuck, now I'm on the hook for 18 years. It's okay, Sam. It's okay. They only gonna make you pay for 9. Fuck you.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Are they about to go for round 2?
Yeah, baby. Here we go.
Oh, she's got the good poon.
Oh man! And just when his boys are
She
rolling
got
up
that
too.
after morning sex. Like, that's the
His
best
boys-
kind of sex right there. Like, you had
His
sex.
boys are rolling
The
up
next
like,
morning
yeah.
you wake up and you're still so fucking just sprung up from the night before that you just like, oh,
His
come
boys-
here,
His
woman.
boys,
Chaos. Did you lay her down in a bed of rose petals? You-
Apparently
You slick dog,
I
you.
did.
man, he just straight up had his boys rolling on him.
He's doing his stretch and make sure he's still. Yep, still good. Maybe if you washed your dirty ass back then, you wouldn't have to put all those rose petals down.
Oh shit!
That's what you get for having sex. Now you're weak.
I just wasn't
Give her all your
prepared
extra
for the
testosterone.
wolf.
You're supposed to know nut and reabsorb it all.
Oh, I've had sex twice today. I feel like I could take on an abnormally large coyote.
As for attacking me while I was stretching.
Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 potato chip.
Damn, they threw
Teabag
down
that
some of those
motherfucker.
pedals.
Teabag
Nah,
that
this is a
motherfucker.
place for young lovers come to snoo snoo.
Get a black light.
Hey, Chaos, you ever seen anybody put bullets in their magazine backwards?
Can't say I have.
Air Force people would.
Sweetheart, I went out and killed us some dinner tonight. Oh, you
I've seen
said
somebody. I've seen somebody put ammunition in the guns backwards. It kind of backfired on them.
It was you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
M for murder. Why not?
Private Outlaw, you put the ammunition in your gun backwards. Drop and give me 1,000. And then every one of you drop and give me 1,000 for being associated with him.
Trigger my PTSD, bro.
Outlaw, you know why they make you do so many push-ups?
Once you're physically strong.
They're not allowed to, I'm air quoting here, they're not allowed to punish you. They're allowed to train the shit out of you, but not punish you.
They're not allowed to. They passed laws against that a long time ago. They
And
really
besides,
beat the shit out of one guy, and that's all it takes.
you get through all that, you got a nice looking chest, you got some strong arms, and you know,
Able to lift 2 to 3 times your body weight.
and you know, your ability to absorb, you know, and just overlook petty shit really increases. It just, I just see it as, like I said, it's just all a game. The only people who ever tried to kill me or us is when we went to Fort Dix for some army training. We were there for 6 weeks or so. And one of the sergeants during a nighttime exercise was trying to get us to walk across a live fire field. And we didn't know it. And some other sergeant come out and tackled me and said, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" I said, "Well, that sergeant over there said, well, you want us to go over here and go to that point." And he said, "Oh, God, not again." I was like, "What do you mean, not again?" But this ain't the first time Army guys have tried to kill Air Force. Because they talk, oh, the Army guys would talk shit to us. We've been on a road march or whatever. And the Army guys are like, "You guys are soft. You guys don't know what real work is. You guys live in barracks with carpets and shit." I'm like, "We get carpet? Ooh, cool." Okay, yeah, talk your shit, man. Yeah. War pops off. Let's see how much help you gonna get from me. Okay, yeah, But they did have a kind of a point because we're not taught. Oh, when I was in, you are not taught to be an aggressive beast in basic training.
No.
Security was the thing that was emphasized. So all the doors are locked. There's always somebody on guard. You got to check everybody's IDs multiple times, and if it's not correct, you got to stand up to whatever menacing force is on the other side of that door and refer them to the A room or OC. And when we go to Fort Dix, and those guys were aggressive, man. Kind of give you an idea of what the speed of combat should be, as opposed to what Air Force is teaching.
Outlaw, don't pull the grenade and throw the pin. I saw that. Was that you, Batty, on my stream a while ago that was showing that? Where that woman was pulling the pin on that grenade and throwing it?
Yes, sir, that was me. Thank God it was an airsoft course. Not real military.
Oh, wow.
But there's plenty of videos out there of showing soldiers from all over the world who throw the pin and keep the grenade. I look, man. You outlaw. How much do you think a hand grenade weighs?
Oh God, that's got to be what, about 5 to 10 pounds, right?
Oh God, no, not that much. But it is hefty because it's about the same size as a baseball. They did that on purpose. But man, it's chunky. It's got some weight to it. You're not going to throw it like a baseball. That's why they teach you to put that one arm out and you throw it a certain way because you're not throwing that bitch like a baseball unless you're, very strong. Say
When it
chaos.
comes to grenades, I will leave it to my fellow brothers to throw the grenades.
No, you'd like it, man. They're fun. I can see why people get nervous because when you got that thing pulled up against your chest and you're holding it and you got your finger in the pull ring, you're just thinking, all right, don't mess this up. If nothing else, you don't want to get embarrassed in front of everybody else and everybody go, ha ha, you're an idiot. Because if you do go to combat, you really hope somebody doesn't throw the pin and keep the grenade. That's but there may or may not have been an occasion during my time in the military where I've had that grenade pulled out and I'm getting ready to pull the pin and I look down at it and go, "You were made by the lowest bidder. Let's go to work, buddy." No, you'd like it. No, you can toss them pretty good, but you're not going to throw it like you think you can. In the movies, they use them. You just haul it out. It might even be plastic. And in my day, they used to get 4 grenades, 8 magazines for a rifleman, and that is. Yeah, you try and do a 100-yard sprint with that shit on your belt. We're not even talking the water and other equipment. So it was not uncommon for, like on a day off or something like that, you put your battle gear on and go for a jog. Time to time if you ain't getting drunk. But now they got all the extra armor and all that extra gear they make everybody carry. Gee whiz, man. I don't know how they do it.
Well, I was in shape in high school, and then all that went away.
It,
And then all that went away. Who just pressed that? Was that
I got
Riggs?
time. That had to have been Kitten.
I did.
yeah, as far as being in shape goes,
I gotta love
you
it.
lose it way faster than you do getting into it.
I went into the military not necessarily in shape or the best of shape. I failed PT0. I passed the second time. I passed PT1. I passed PT2. I actually passed PT2 by a whole minute. I had 11 minutes, 30 seconds to do. I can't remember. It was like four and a half miles? No. I don't remember. We had to run a lot. There was a lot of running.
11
involved.
minutes?
I had 11
That should be-
minutes, 30 seconds to run.
That should be a mile.
It was like a mile and a
Did
half.
you
I
say?
think.
Did you
Yeah.
say Kitten pushed the button?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
Oh.
she's pushing that too. I don't know.
Now, when we went to Fort Dix, not only did the Army guys try to kill us, we did twice the PT the Army did so nobody would talk shit to us.
Yeah, I noticed that about the Air Force when I was stationed here. Because I ended up having to do PT with the honor guard in the afternoons because I was doing honor guard. So they did a lot of running. They ran in the morning. They ran in the afternoons.
Yeah, our average run.
I mean, you got to be able to run because you're not really doing much.
Our average run was 7 miles.
Oh God.
Almost a day. Yeah, because the Army ran like 3 miles a day.
We did a 10-minute mile every day.
Man, I can't remember the push-ups and sit-ups.
We did a lot.
Whatever the push-ups and sit-ups were, we did twice that. Then we, sometimes, we're supposed to take a cattle truck out to a training area. Sometimes they would actually drive us out to a training area. They say, they'd follow us all in formation. We're all standing there waiting for transport back to the barracks so we can go take a shower and eat. And somebody would say, "Oh, it looks like a cattle truck broke down. We're going to have to walk in." Like, all right, whatever. And that's not even. Then you got to do PT before chow. Let's go on a nice 5-mile hike with Battle Kid on. Then do PT. Fucking A. Oh, outlaw! Then they make you say stuff against your will. Like when you're all exhausted, tired. You start to be like PT. And everybody goes PT. He goes feels good. You want to say fuck you, but you say feels good. And never fall for the trap when they go, "Anybody tired yet?" You never say yes.
Nope. Because if you do,
good! Private Outlaw has just cost you another mile run!
A mile? No, you start over, motherfucker.
Are you? No, sir. I'd be hiding.
Yes. Where?
I'd be hiding.
I don't think you understand how the PT instructor does PT.
Nope.
They put you in a position to where they see everything.
Uh-huh.
Move it, move it, move it.
They have eyes in the back of their head.
You like that 4-mile run? Oh, you're tired? Well, hell, let's get some blood moving in you. Let's do 4 more. Oh, and if it starts raining, oh, that's tough shit. You didn't bring any rain gear. And there's nothing more refreshing than laying on the ground in the wintertime in Jersey when it's raining. Ooh, that's refreshing. Oh, that's not good enough? You're laying down on your belly while you're doing push-ups? Well, hell, here, lay on your back now so you can do sit-ups and get more water on you. Oh, yeah, that's really invigorating. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, now let's go for a run while you're all wet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then again, you go into combat and, you happen to fall into a puddle and it's raining out, you don't have your rain gear. You're not going to go run back, I need my poncho. No. Let's suck it up, Buttercup. You got these magical terms they make you say all the time, like wetsuit or wetsuit. WETSU stands for we eat this shit up. Now, you'd like it, Outlaw. By the time you're done with all that training, you get to permanent party, and you are hard as stone and look like something carved out of wood. You walk with an amazingly fast pace, and you got great posture. Now, the guys who are married, when their wives finally catch up to them and, they move into a house, these guys usually start getting fat within a couple of months because, they go home every night and eat a good home-cooked meal and eat potato chips until they go to bed. It's real easy to see who's married after a while. Outlaw, here's my favorite part. This is the part you would have loved about being in the Air Force when I was there. Women only did half the PT the men did.
Oh hell no.
Yeah. Whole different
Yeah.
standard.
There's nothing like watching the women stop while you keep going and told you're all equal.
They get like a whole extra like minute or two and have to do less push-ups setup. They get to do push-ups on their knees.
Oh God, yeah, I
They
forgot
get
about
less
that.
setups to do.
Oh fuck that.
Nah, I didn't look. As much as it pissed me off, I'm like, no, I want to be strong. I can do it. You can do it, man. It ain't. I mean,
Nah.
it, look, it doesn't kill you, but it does kind of upset you that they get paid the same money you do. Oh, if that doesn't aggravate you, how about this one? So
Getting
we're
pregnant
while we're up in
before
Fort.
deployment.
Now, before that, we're in Fort Dix for that ground combat training. You know, we're getting basically like a light version of Army infantry training. Is what we're getting. And so we spend, probably half the time out in the field, in foxholes or in tents and whatnot. So here you go, Outlaw. Twice a week, the women would get rounded up, trucked back to the barracks for nice, long, hot showers.
Oh,
while
God.
your while your boy Batty is standing outside in 15-degree weather and 2 feet of snow, naked, washing his ass and balls from a helmet in cold water. And the girls would come back after the nice, hot, long shower, and they'd walk around us while we're all naked washing, going, "Hi, boys." Like, yeah, you bitches walk around us and, look at her nuts and everything. Somebody screaming in her head, like George Costanza, "I was swimming! I was in the pool! I was in the pool!" Yeah, anyways. It don't matter. Half the guys were banging half the chicks anyway, so it's like everybody's right out of high school, so it's just
Sound like a frat party with push-ups.
Oh, permanent party was. Oh my God, when I got over to England, man, it was nothing but sex and orgies everywhere. Gangbangs. I told you about the gangbangs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Woman gets bored, just picks a dorm. Just goes, "Who wants a gangbang?"
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen that movie History of the World Part 1 with Mel Brooks?
Seems like I have one.
There's that part where during the French Revolution where the king's like, pawn jump queen, knight jump queen, everybody jump the queen, gang bang. Anyways, that's what it looked like. Everybody just humping on it. It's good to be the king. Oh, man. Yes, it was very much like a frat party. It was a time of peace. It was in a different country. And everybody E6 and above was gone from the base. So what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, shit.
All the officers lived off base. Everybody had enough rank lived off base. Yeah. So all the married people, they're not on base. It's just all single men and women left to their own devices every night. And we had 2 bars on base with a bowling alley that served alcohol. So there's no... And we had 2 places that sold alcohol. So there's plenty of booze.
There are plenty of places to go to where you can do stuff too. And not get
Most of us
caught.
had... Well, most of us had our own barracks room. So... Hell, some guys would even get a girlfriend, from downtown and, move her in for, up to 2-3 weeks. Go to work, leave her there. Because nobody really did any barracks inspections. And whoever the dorm chief was, he didn't give a shit. He's doing his own thing. Because everybody was so cool and quiet about everything, they knew not to mess it up.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's weird when you come out your room with the towel wrapped around your waist and you go take a shower and you're like, where the hell do these women come from? All right. I mean, I wasn't shy about it. I mean, like, they see something, they see something. I give a shit, but I thought it was kind of funny half the time. Man, some of those parties were, I'm just going to say epic on the weekends. My God, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, if you've ever seen the movie Animal House,
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
all right, we're talking, it pretty much got to that level, sometimes a little bit more. Ooh, I'll just say Ermagerd. And so I would consider myself one of those guys who always had a woman. I've never had a problem with that, but there was always some of the guys. I mean, I'd say they probably weren't bad looking, but they're just so socially awkward or whatever, weird. And yeah, they would make things a little bit more difficult than it needed to be, or uncomfortable. But even they didn't snitch. Man, that was a great time to be alive. This is before security cameras, no cell phones, no monitoring devices. Just, oh man, and if a video camera, those things were ungodly expensive, and they were huge back then. Oh, the stuff I did back then, I could never get away with again. It's just, kind of regret not doing more now because I was such a, I just wanted to be a good little boy. We all know your cell phones not only track you, but basically lay out a GPS pattern for everywhere you go. Actually, your YouTube or your YouTube actually has a feature where it does have a GPS tracking feature on there. You have to shut it off.
Bro interrupted my teabagging. How dare he?
Man, you're gonna get some double dip potato chip.
It's the fucker
like
with the cat.
Oh God, I can
Like I
see it.
said, man, in high school I would have passed that mile run because I used to do them in about 8 minutes.
That's not bad.
Oh, I walked the entire time, so
Not bad at all. I
never
say
ran.
I got this feeling if I do get in a fight, next time I go to a bar or whatnot, and somebody challenges me, I'm just gonna look them right in the eye and I'm gonna be like, dip, potato chip, motherfucker. And be like, what?
Yeah, our coach had us running a mile run every day in PE for, God, it was a long time. By the end of it, though, I was in shape. I could run. Yeah.
That's not bad. Just one thing I really wish they would have done more of is they changed the pull-ups. There used to be the pull-ups where your fingers faced you when you did pull-ups. Most men can do those pretty easily, but when they switch it to where your fingers faced outward, you use a whole different set of muscles. And I wish they would have, give us more exercises to prep and, build those muscles, because all the guys, including myself, we really sucked ass with those pull-ups.
Never could do a pull-up.
I struggled. Now I can do quite a few.
If
Before
it's
I'm
fingers
like,
out,
"Ugh."
yeah, if it's fingers outward, yeah, I could do quite a few of those. Getting up into a tree or a house or whatnot, because sometimes you just gotta get up there. But if it's no, fingers inward. But I could do the ones with the fingers outward. I can't do many of them, but I could do a couple of them.
Well, I don't have any upper body strength. All my strength's in the lower half where I walk all the time.
Yeah. Upper body is, yeah, that one's, you got to, yeah, it takes a lot of work and you got to maintain it. If you don't maintain it, you're going to lose it real fast.
Yeah. So I maintain, I keep lower body half strength constantly. Because I walk. I walk 5 miles every time I walk.
Good. Good for you, man.
Oh, yeah.
I don't I don't exercise as much as I should, but I do catch myself in the kitchen. I'll um, put my hands on the sink, move my feet backwards. So I'm do like a leaning push up. I mean, it's not great, but it's something to keep some tension on the muscles. I'm waiting for some coffee to cook or food to cook, whatnot.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I think it's because of the military. I just absolutely hate getting down on the ground and doing real push-ups. I can't. I hate that shit. I have an appreciation for it. It's just, man, I hate doing it. If I would have kept up with my exercise, I should be much bigger than I am now. But you got to eat a lot of food. I just can't imagine. I just don't want to eat 5 times a day. It's like I was trying to give an anecdote earlier this evening until somebody had to keep stepping on top of me, and you know, I think they're calling me a dumbass for it. But no, I went to Walmart yesterday, and one of the female employees decided to walk up to me and start chatting to me. I'm like, is this bitch hitting on me? Yes. Because her body language is indicating she was hitting on me. I'm like, oh dear. And, oh, because he kept interrupting me. I didn't get to share what I really wanted to say. I mean, she's not a bad-looking woman. She's older. She's got gray hair, and she's petite. I like petite, but she was standing sideways to me. Then I finally saw it. It looked like she had a, when you pull a scab off, and you get that little bloody spot on your arm or whatnot. She had that right above her lip. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Herp scar. I'm like, man, the nerve of this chick walking up on me with a bleeding herp. Oh. Because I was at the meat aisle. I was, putting red meat in the car. She's like, "You making dinner for all of us?" And I'm like, I don't want to be like Austin Power with my, with a stick. When he goes moly moly, I was like, herpy, herpy, herpy. Even when I worked at the gas station years ago, I was amazed at how many women had the nerve to walk up to me in the morning, on the way to work, give me those sweet googly eyes and twist their hair and shit. And they got that big puffy active herpy right on their lip. Not the scar, but, the one filled with the water. They're like, "Hi, how you doing?" I'm like, "Herpy free, thank you, goodbye."
Talking about the fever blisters.
Do what?
Talking about the fever blisters.
Yeah. Yeah, the ones with the clear fluid in it. The one that just, they woke up and they didn't even cover it with makeup. They just walk up. I'm like, how many dudes are actually hitting that shit? And they're like, oh.
I'll be right back. I feel like I misplaced something.
Oh,
You
I'm
know-
gonna head to bed.
All right, kid. You know damn well if a man walks up to a chick and he's got a great big fever blister full of fluid in his lip, and you go, "Hey baby, how you doing?" You know she's not going to give you the time of day. Let me give you the best analogy
said,
for how men
"Have a
see
good
women,
night,
how
chaos,
women
everyone."
see men. Ready? Here we go. The setting: parking lot of a club. 10 o'clock at night. Man shows up, gets out of his car, walks through the parking lot, and he sees a half-dead, bleeding hooker laying on the ground. He stops and looks at her, and she looks up at him. And she says, "Hey, baby, you want some pussy?" Next thing you know, there's going to be a line forming of guys. Somebody's going to yell out, "Hey, speed it up already. My girlfriend's inside waiting already." That's how guys, because most guys are pigs. All right, let's reverse that. Woman pulls up at 10 o'clock. Sees a guy laying on the ground and goes, "Hey, baby, you want to help out a dying man?" You're going to laugh at the guy and go, "There's 50 healthy guys inside. Bye." Good one, right? I don't think chaos is good or something. All right, looks like it's just me for right now. All right, so nobody gets bored here. Let's all do the dip, dip, potato chip song. Dip, dip, potato chip, dip, dip, potato chip. Chip, 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 chip. Dip, dip, potato chip, dip, dip, potato chip.
All right. Oh, excuse me. Oh shit! It's just us now.
The outlaw pulled the Batman on the roof.
Just fucking bitched out on us without even saying
Yeah,
goodbye.
dude. As soon as you look around, you turn back, you're like, "Oh, he's gone."
Mid conversation, just biddle. Probably found someone else to go on their panel.
Let's see who else is on right now.
Good question.
Nilo.
No.
And some other guy that does not interact with us. He's playing a game I don't care for, so I'm not gonna. I could pop in over there real quick and say hi to him. Leave him a thumbs up. Give him a hello. Bam. This guy. A minute. Wait for it to catch up and see if he sees it. And this poor old guy. He's talking to nobody.
I've been there.
Well,
That was
I'm
me
pretty
when
sure-
I first started.
well, yeah. Well, I think he does it because when people late, I mean, he does these things late at night, and I think he does it for other people when they get up, they can watch him. And he's kind of, well, he's not new to gaming, but he's talking about the process of what he's doing there for anybody listening who wants to learn about that game, which is good. But this guy's older. He looks older. A heart attack 6 months ago. His son put a post on his YouTube saying, he was not going to be online for a while. So he's a cool guy, but he's not. He's very, very polite. He's not like
An
too much fun
asshole
like
like
us.
me.
Yeah, or me.
Were you here for
And,
the last day dying of cancer troll?
What?
Yeah, someone came in saying it's my last day. I'm dying of cancer. Can I get a "we're proud"? I just like none of it made sense because if you're on your deathbed, you're not gonna be in some random person's YouTube channel.
Yeah, especially if you got stage 4 in your hospice.
and
Yeah,
you're
you
fucking dying. Yeah, no.
mention more. But this guy I'm talking about, just 10 years ago, he looked, healthy. Collagen in the face looked real good. He was doing um, World War II reenactment stuff. He's got the uniforms and airsoft guns, and he's going over the equipment. And man, now he looks like he's 70. I'm like, golly, man, what the hell happened? I think one of the other reasons, this is going to sound so morbid and bad, but you'll understand. He's what I don't want to happen to me, if I can help it. So I don't know what his diet was, or his environment, or but he was playing a Star Citizen or some game like that a while back.
Oh, okay. Curly's been trying to get me to play that game for ages.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I started watching him play it was, excuse me. This is when I was picking up steam with my videos, and I was looking for a little kind of see what's kind of current, what's going on with the sci-fi stuff with video games, so I can relate to people a little better in a way. And yeah, it was fun watching it, but then I started finding out game costs money. Then you got to
Life
pay
hits people
real
harder
money
than
for stuff,
others.
and I'm
I'm
like,
sorry
oh,
for his
no.
predicament.
Unless you want to play the game for like 2 years and earn enough, game credits to get better stuff, or spend 20 hours a day playing the game,
or spend real money.
Yeah, he was going through a catalog of stuff for like a basic, ship. Let's say you got one pilot, maybe a co-pilot, and you got cargo space that'll fit like an A-team van in it. 3,000 American dollars. I was like, get out of here. And he showed another ship that cost 12,000.
God damn it.
Who the hell's forking out 12 grand for a freaking video game?
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, Bitcoin millionaires who made, hit it off young. Jesus Christ, man, I get 12,000 fucking dollars. Oh my God. I know I don't know if it's a game or if it's virtual. Man, I can't remember what it was, but 3 years ago, somebody bought a virtual house for $12 million.
No.
Yeah. And here's the game. There's a finite amount of property in this game. So if, let's say you buy a $10,000 lot, like your base, like where you're living at. Size of your property in your house. You buy that for $10,000, real money. And as the town fills up with other people buying into it, everything rises because now there's less property and more demand. So it got to a point where somebody paid $12 million for a freaking mansion in that town. I'm like, oh my God, this has got to be money laundering or drug deals because
in a video game.
Right. Yeah. Video game or some kind of virtual thing. I'm not a gamer. I'm not up to speed on all this. I just kept up with this for like a week or two and I let it go. This, like I said, 3 or 4 years ago. Chaos. It has to be money laundering. Nobody's paying $12 million for a virtual mansion.
Unless they're like Bitcoin millionaires.
Right. But, if me and you were doing something, naughty or illegal, what's the best way to transfer money? You buy my virtual house for $12 million. Huh? No questions asked because it's a legal transaction.
Yep.
Great. Now I just gave every cop more information on how to, track people in their drug activities. But that's just my theory. I can't confirm that, but I don't see any other reason why anybody spend that kind of money.
No, I don't need no big ass house like that.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. If I won the lotto and let's say I got 20, 30 million, oh yeah, I'm getting me a mansion. I don't care if I never see 2/3 of the house. I don't care. It just puts me so far away from the peasants. I don't have to hear them doing.
I might upgrade to a 4-bedroom just so I have like a guest room.
Yeah. And I'm lucky
That's
now.
about
My
the
neighborhood is
extent
quiet.
of it.
But at the end of my street, 6 houses down, used to be all woods. They scraped all that shit out and they built like a 200 or 400 people apartment complex.
Uh-huh.
And it's getting close to being done now. So, yay! Get to see what that shit's gonna be like for the next year. Hopefully
Welcome
to be.
the ghetto, but I got fun and games.
I don't know. It looks. It's 4-story apartment building. I mean, multiple buildings. I'm hoping it's gonna be full of GIs. If they get stupid and way out of control, at least I can call Fort Bragg and go, hey, I need to calm these animals down a little
Soldiers need
bit.
to get in check here.
Yeah. We love them. We welcome them. But, just turn it down a little bit on the weekends. I really hope and pray it's soldiers. They're usually pretty quiet, anywhere in town.
Nah, yeah. They're fucking loud, obnoxious, and cocky.
Soldiers?
The Air Force guys here, yes.
What base is that?
Shepherd Air Force Base.
Oh, Shepherd. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Major Air Force training base here. My uncle was actually a commander of one of the training divisions here.
There's a lot of cops out there too.
Yeah, we do have pretty good
Or-
police force here.
No, I'm sorry. Air Force Security Forces.
Oh yeah.
You have a lot of them out there. I'm sure there's some. How many? Oh, they got an airfield, jets, and all that.
Yeah. We bring in a lot of
Foreigners to be trained.
foreigners to train how to fly these planes and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of security forces out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
It got to a
I remember-
point where we don't know the foreign range. They told us when in doubt, just whip it out.
Yeah,
They
When
were
I was
all
down in
hit
Lackland.
into the officers.
yeah. I'll tell you what's funny, man. Yeah, back in '87. Yeah, not basic, but when I was in MP school, I hate saying security force, but MP school, we go for 3 or 4 mile runs every day, and we'd rotate, which we'd just pick a different direction every week. And for a couple weeks, we're jogging by the flight line, and they had a bunch of. Here's the funny part. They all had Trans Ams, and they all had Burt Reynolds mustaches because they all saw Smokey and the Bandit, apparently. But the one thing I didn't like was they had a mosque on each side, not a mosque, a call to prayer tower on both sides of the flight line. And as we're jogging by, you'd hear the Allah, bitty, 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 bitty. Yeah, that's it.
Ah, shit.
That's how accommodating they were.
Ooh, right in the throat.
I tell you what, man, I've seen so many different foreign uniforms. I'm like, the shades of green were very interesting from different countries. Like you could tell like because back in the 80s, most people around the world were still wearing green fatigues, not camouflage.
Hmm.
So if you had somebody from like Hong Kong, the Chinese, their shade of green was really wild because the communists just have that weird shade of green.
Well, they were meant to blend in with their natural surroundings.
Yeah, well, I damn sure wasn't in the woods. Um, and we had some Africans,
Bamboo
and
shoots and weird green shades of green trees.
well, part of the training I got when I was at Fort Dix was they made a lot of comments about how, for some reason, communists, I guess it's budgetary, they're not really good at. I mean, if they do camouflage, they do it good, but because they got such a large, conscripted army,
Hmm.
they really don't give a shit what they wear, and it's going to be mixed matching. It's not going to be proper, and it's only in the last 20 years Russia became more geospecific with their camouflage around their regions. Because if you got guys in the western part of Russia, they're going to have more of a BDU type. If you go more towards Siberia, you're going to have a wildly different. Anyways, you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're gonna have the Arctic BDUs.
Yeah, or it's going to be. Oh gosh, yeah, there's going to be some white in it. It'll still have like black and green in it, but um,
Not the
usually it's
Arctic
going to be.
BDUs.
Well, if there's snow on the ground, you just go straight up, white coveralls, like we do. But yeah, for some reason, where I was at over in England, the Soviets over in Europe, not England, but they were kind of big on not the rain pattern. That was East German, but they had like a. I want to say it's not yellow, but it's a yellow shade of yellow. The closest thing would be like the color of the lettering on ammo cans, which is a wild matte honey color.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not a bright yellow, but more of an earthy yellow. And they would just usually wear like a smock because, because it was the Soviets and any of those, what do you call it, sleeper agents or saboteurs, they'd have just a generic smock they would put on because they're not going to go in, with proper boots and uniform. They're just going to put a camouflage smock on, go do what they're going to try and do and get out. Shit, man. All right, it's all right. Oh, all the different uniforms down in Lackland. And the Africans, same thing. They had a really specific shade of green, and they wore. You know how some of the Europeans have those really, really big belt loops, so they can wear those really big, colorful belts with the big belt buckles
Hmm.
for their regiment or unit. Yeah. So I'm trying to think back because I didn't ask questions back then. I'm just trying to think back. Um, they're either Well, they're always going to be either from a French colony or a British colony. So that's where they got that influence for that belt and that design of hands. So yeah, it was interesting.
So Lackland, that's whereabouts is that at?
San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, okay. That's Air Force Boot Camp, that's right.
Yeah. Got the Riverwalk downtown. You got the Alamo. And somewhere when you get past halfway through basic, they give you a day. They give everybody a day pass to go downtown. And they do it for multiple reasons. They do it to at least let you see the city before you ship out.
Yeah.
And of course they have eyes everywhere to see who's going to go straight for the poon, who's going to get drunk, who's going to get stupid. So I think I went and saw RoboCop. Yeah, I didn't do nothing. I grabbed some food and went to go see RoboCop. when it first came out. Man, oh man, that was a good movie. Still is.
Have you seen the? I think they did a remake not too long ago.
Yeah, I saw it.
Was it any good?
It's, if you're if you're like me and you're wanting to see a lot of the flavor of the first movie, it's not there. And what? Okay, I'm going to tell you what really pisses me off about the new RoboCop. Ugh. They left his right hand. They scooped
Okay.
everything away. You know, they scooped everything away except for his stomach, heart and lungs, his spine, his skull and brain, and his right hand. And you know, I was asking my friends. I said they didn't really explain it too good in the movie. I said, why the hell did they leave his hand on there? And someone said, so he can touch his wife's face one more time. And I said, that is stupid. I said, RoboCop weighs like what, 400 or 500 pounds? If he, in action, falls on that soft, squishy human hand, he's going to crush it and break it under his own weight.
Mm-hmm.
So they left him a human hand so he could, for that one sweet moment. And the actor was, he's a good actor for what he does, but you know, before he gets damaged before he's RoboCop, he's a boring piece of shit. He's like that chick who played Captain Marvel. I mean, it may as well have been that chick because he had no passion, no interest, no nothing. At least Peter Weller showed, he's just a normal guy. He showed up for work, played with his pistol, had a smile, trying to keep his partner entertained. He died like a man. This guy, he just, when he dies, he's like, oh damn, I'm dead. It's boring. The motorcycle was some hot shit though. That was pretty neat. The guy who played Rorschach from, oh god damn it, what was that movie? Watchmen.
What you're talking about? Yeah, Watchmen.
Yeah. Anyways, the guy is too small to play a badass defense contractor who's all, kitted up in battle gear, trying to be the badass. He's just too small for that role. He's too short.
Is that who they got to play it?
Not RoboCop. He's
Okay.
one of the guys. He's a defense contractor who's in charge of. So, anyways, you could tell it's like the inside of a warehouse. So RoboCop, he goes. They put him in a remote control combat mode. So he goes through the warehouse, fighting other robots and shit. And the Rorschach. I'll just call him Rorschach for now. So he's dressed in some kind of body armor, shooting at RoboCop. Putting him through his paces and everything. He's just like, oh man, this guy's just too small for this.
Gravedigger said, Brie Larson showed her butt in another movie. It's shapeless and
Unless
flabby
it's in a dollar bin
she
at
is
Walmart,
such a
for like
stuck-up
$2.
woke
They maybe
feminist
think
piece
about
of
it, but-
shit.
Well, isn't she a carpet muncher too?
Oh, Captain Marvel?
Yeah. She's such a feminist that she swore off dick.
To be honest, I don't know. When I saw her face in the trailer of the movie, I instantly knew I didn't care about the movie. I didn't care about her. And during COVID, they put so many free movies on YouTube. That was one of them. That's the only reason I watched it, because it was for free. And that movie was such shit. Oh my god, that was just one big scissoring session of a movie.
I still haven't
You're-
watched it.
Girls are great. We should scissor. Oh, yeah, man, I hate men. Pooey, pooey. Let's scissor again. Yay. Oh, fuck's sake, man.
Timber.
But yeah, then I watched all the reviews
Gravedigger said,
for Marvel.
in that movie
there's
she
one guy
was
at
with
work,
the guy that played
He's
Dexter.
a black guy. He was a security guard at work. Cool guy. I like him. This is a guy I would go drink a beer with. He's he's real big into comics, and he's pro 2A. He's a good American. He's all right guy. But when I said something in a negative way about Captain Marvel, because the TV show Shazam, that was Captain Marvel. And I was saying, I don't understand why they're calling her Captain Marvel when it was Shazam from the 1970s TV show, you know. And he was like, oh no, it's pronounced Captain Marvel. And I was like, you simp.
What?
You looking at the comment?
Your comment. Marvel? Is that
Yeah,
how
that's
you
what he
just
said. He
it?
said her. Well, no, that's how he said it was pronounced Marvel. I said, so it's not Captain Marvel, it's Captain Marvel because it's a woman. He goes, yeah. Again, the guy's a complete and utter comic book geek, which is, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, knock him for that. But if he's gonna stand up for the chick, I was just thinking, you simpy simp, white knight. But
Captain Marvel.
yeah, when she walks out of the store and the guy's like, "Hey, baby, give me a smile," and she breaks his hand,
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
like, "All right,
saw that clip.
somebody stole that right out of Terminator," and I was like,
That's
"All
where they
right."
got the idea from, but that was the feminist version.
Then you had Sammy Jackson coming in there, one of the leaders of Shield,
Hmm.
and at the end of the movie, a cat scratches his eye out, and that just, I mean, that just instantly just emasculated, you know, him right there because he was supposed to lose that eye in battle, you know, really defending the planet, you know, hardcore shit. And some cat sitting in his lap just swipes his eye out. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And then she's gonna go on a mission and go save other worlds around the galaxy. Fuck the Earth, yeah.
Yeah, because in her eyes, the Earth ain't worth saving.
Well, I mean, we've already got the Incredible Hulk, Iron Man, you know, got plenty
Yeah.
over here. But okay, now we're talking about this. What burns my ass about Endgame. Captain Marvel had the
Yeah.
gauntlet in her hand at one point.
Hmm.
She could have just snapped her fingers and ended it right there. Did she? No. They killed Tony Stark off on purpose, and you could tell, as cool as the line was, in the way, you know, the ultimate sacrifice shit. I mean, the guy almost dies like 20 times throughout the whole thing. I mean, the last, you know, all the Iron Man movies.
Yeah.
And they kill him in a stucky ass way at the end. And I'm like, all right, it's done on purpose. But they did it to themselves because Tony Stark was, I mean, come on. He invented time travel. Where do you go from there to make it spectacular for a movie?
Oh, they turned him into Doctor Doom.
Well, that could actually be a good movie.
Are you watching my stream?
Yeah.
I'm hanging from a giant woman's tit.
I see that. From the nipple.
Oh, I guess I gotta get all the way up here, huh? Oh, right at the tip, baby.
Wait a minute, where are you going? You got to dip potato chip. Oh,
I'm gonna
don't
synchronize real
yet.
quick. Don't worry.
You got to go back and get them lip.
I'm gonna get on her head.
Jump on her nose and give her some dip potato chip. I mean, if you want to.
Oh,
I'm not
that'll
going to
be
tell you
a-
how to play the game.
That'll be a hanger. I have to get up here and.
Do a little dance, do a little move, get down tonight. All
And
right.
now for the leap of faith. That would kill a normal person. So would this.
That would kill an extraordinary person.
I didn't know doing a front flip in the air would lessen the fall damage when I land on my feet. That's
Wow.
really neat to know. I will. The next time I fall from at least 2 stories, I will make sure to bust a front flip before I land to reduce the fall.
Now I can say that I have jumped into my fair share of leaf piles as a child,
Yes.
but
out of
Nothing
trees,
that high.
but it was nothing that high. Yeah, not even an
Yeah, we
entire
made some.
story.
Shit, man, that last hospital I worked at, it was 4 stories tall. And I just remember going out for a cigarette break because you can't smoke inside. But anyways, I would just look up at the 4 stories. I'm like, my God, that is so tall up there. It's
Hmm.
only 40 feet, but you're like, man, that's a lot. All right, you enjoy your bath. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta unleash the kraken and get something to drink.
My bad. Calvin and Hobbes.
Gravedigger said,
Garfield
leaf
fan for
piles
life.
remind me of reading Calvin and Hobbes as a child and Garfield.
I used to look forward to Sundays just so I could read the Sunday comics. First things I'd read would be Garfield, then the Calvin and Hobbes.
Gravedigger said,
Tja.
those were great.
Oh yeah, you got the Wizard of ID. And then, what was it? BC, I think is what it was called. The one with the cavemen. Oh, shit. Wait, what? Oh. Looks like
Gravedigger
I missed a thing.
said, I bought the collection of Calvin and Hobbes books and newspaper
Ooh.
segments.
There you go. Nice.
Gravedigger said, it's 4 volumes.
Oh, wow. Then there was, what is it, Modern Family?
Praying. This was my time, Alexios. What? This glory was supposed to be mine, but you took everything from me. You took Podarkis, you took these islands, you took Kira, my love. No one belongs to you, Thanatos. I didn't take your glory. I helped you. You did nothing. We were in love, you know. We can be again. I can still have her heart. Still prove to her I'm the warrior she wants. Castor and Pollux!
Gravedigger said, I also have the Walking Dead compendiums, honestly great series up until the ending it got woke.
I never really got into The Walking Dead. I watched, I think it was season 3, where they were in the prison, but I got kind of bored with it.
Back.
Welcome back. She's burning his body, and I've killed the man she loved.
Ugh. Just had a powdered donut. Man, that thing was good.
There you go. The guy she was banging before I came along,
Huh?
he found out, and he fought me. He did.
You ungrateful man. He's keeping it warm for you.
I was, yeah.
Huh.
And now she's burning her dad.
Gravedigger said,
Just like
I watched
a
through
lot
the
of
entire
American
Walking
women wanna
Dead
do
series
theirs.
early last year. It's a good binge show rather than watching it week to week.
And this poor guy, he's only got nobody watching him. And he's still talking.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't like dead air. That's probably why I play music in the background too. To kill the dead air.
Even when
And that's why I tell people they're always welcome here, because I'm not always talking. I'm always just focusing on the game and talking shit to the game.
So even with all the stuff in the sounds of the game, that's not good enough?
And YouTube. I don't know. They say dead air's bad. That's all I know. Dead air is bad.
Huh. I put out a post saying, oh my goodness, I lost count at 12 trolls that came out from under the bridge tonight, last Saturday.
Yeah.
And Rusty's like, damn! Freedom Fighter said they had to set a troll record that night. Well, for me it did. I don't know where I made all these people mad unless there's...
I think it was just one person on multiple accounts.
Well, one of them was Mia, which is that Belgian chick who's had sex with over 100 men, and she's only 20. And she told me that because she wants to impress me with her numbers. And I told her, you just made me throw up in my mouth. I know she's got 2 or 3 accounts. And she wanted to be part of my videos. And anyway, she was catfishing me to start off with. Then I saw the supposed real pictures of her. And I still think it's a dude. Some woman I was talking to who was trying to test me, see if I was, gonna cheat on her. I hate that shit. Man, the shit women do. This is what women get for going for the bad boy. Us men, we know it. Look, if you're gonna fuck a bad boy because he looks good, I get it. He looks really good, and you want to fuck him. Don't fall in love with him.
Well, And you give them 10 dick all the time. They kind of fall in love with
Yeah, 10 dick or not,
that.
don't fall in love with it. It's like men are smart. If I get to have sex with a really, really, really hot chick, that's not my new standard. Just like, wow, that's a career thing right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
That'll never happen again.
Dear Pet House.
Yeah, right.
Dear Pet House.
And it's always comical, especially when average-looking fat women, they bang a stud who's an NFL superstar. Oh, that's my new standard. No, you just got lucky, honey. I met one woman when I was working at a gas station, and she had some weight on her. I mean, still a good-looking woman, nice, you know, um, about my age, somewhere around there. And I found out she just got divorced, and so we're hanging out for a little bit. And after about the third or fourth good one, she starts talking about people should be together forever and grow old together. I'm like, whoa, 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 shit, where did this come from? I could tell, if she were to see a picture of me and her together, it'd be like, wow, she did good getting you. And she should have just been happy with that. But no, she thought just because, we went to bed that I was going to, be invested with her forever. I'm like, no. She probably kicked her husband out because I think she said something about him cheating on her.
Ooh.
But look, I'm. These
There
guys gonna
should
sound.
be
All right,
like
I'm just
a
gonna say.
serious punishment for infidelity. Whether it be in a relationship
Yes and
or
no.
in marriage, man. 'Cause it's just, you're investing your time,
I'm getting ready.
effort, energy, attention, all that shit into a person just to go fuck around on them with some. You don't deserve to be in a relationship. Let alone maybe even have sex. In my opinion, because that's just
Sure.
fucked up. Because there's people out there that are looking for a relationship, and there's fuckheads out there like that that are just cheating and ruining that person for the next person down the road, and it's ridiculous.
Well, you make good points there. I mean, the answer is real simple. All the guys who are bad with women in high school, when they
Mhm.
finally get to a position where they're making money and they work out, they overcompensate. And we all know with women, from the time they grow boobies, boys are getting in line, and it never ends. Women have access to all the sex in the world. Men don't. This is why a lot of men go nuts. And if a man does cheat on his wife, all right, this is going to be the PUA part of me talking here,
Mm-hmm.
pickup artist part. Women usually want the man that all women want.
Yeah.
Men want the women that all men can't have. So, if you're a woman, if you're looking at the long term, I think, and women do, in general, have a tendency towards um, bisexuality more than men do.
Yeah.
Not saying, I would almost say women should, like bring a couple friends over and work their man over, because most men would just say, oh, "Wow, that was really nice," and still love their woman.
Like, what the fuck is going on here?
But when women go and fuck a dude, they give a piece of their heart away.
Yeah.
They destroy their own relationship. And if a woman's, and women always wait till they're old and fat when they go, oh no, I'm going to be alone. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been such a nagging a bitch. Maybe that guy would have stuck it out with you no matter what. Because women, for some reason, refuse to believe that when we all get older, in our 50s and 60s, no matter what a woman turns into, Sean Connery or whatnot, if we've been with that woman, we love her.
Yeah.
We don't care what she looks like. We love her. We want to keep her.
If I didn't love you, I wouldn't have married you in the first fucking place.
All right. Well, you can start off as real Kel Welch and turn into, a hobbit. But as long as you've been a good wife,
Yeah.
you know, I'm going to love you, even if you're going to gain some weight and, look, depends on your genetics and where, your family line comes from. I think a lot of women do age well.
Yeah, they can.
Well-
Especially if they take care of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, look, they don't have to be thin and fit. I mean, they still have a nice face. Just
Yeah.
do something with your hair, a little bit of makeup. They look fine. That's why I still have a tendency, even for women my age, I have no problem with. You guys, but it kills me, in all the MGTOW circles. Oh no, she's got to be 20 and a virgin. Yeah, good luck. You ain't finding that shit.
Yeah, no. That's that's wishful thinking.
You'd have to be an idiot to think that any woman has not already, had sex before. The only problem is, was she with, the cool, the coolest motherfucker on the block, and she just can't get him out of her head. Now, women do the same thing men do to a point. And when a woman finds a man she really likes and wants to settle down with, you got a pretty good shot of making it if she's really, really into you. It's when the man starts putting a lot of effort into keeping her. No, but anyways, I think, yeah, if a woman knows that, let's say if it's a woman, she's been around the block, as they say, had her fun.
Yeah.
And she knows that her man's only been with a couple and he's, don't be insecure. Bring a chick over once in a while. Work your man over to the point where he just wants to avoid sex for a month. Get it out of his system and drive on because men don't get pregnant. If you let your wife go fuck, other dudes, you don't know whose kid that is after a while. I'll put it to you this way: when I worked offshore, I cannot tell you how many guys I'm working with. These are guys who are serious offshore workers. They got no choice, and they finally got to a point where they're making good money. Anyways, these guys will have 7 children, maybe 2 are theirs, and you can hear them on the phone from time to time. Yeah, because sometimes you got to work. Depending on what you're doing, what company you're working for. You're out there for a month. That's a long time for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And you can hear guys on the phone talking about, yeah, baby, I know you're lonely. Do what you got to do till I get back, but just don't get pregnant again.
Oh no.
And chaos. We both know for some men, when you find a woman, they're probably not going to do any better, or it's just too much work to go on the hunt again. And you find somebody you can sleep next to and feel really comfortable with, that means a lot to some men, and I get it.
Yeah.
Not me, I'll kick that bitch out. Because I'm a Chad. I was Quagmire for a long. I'm the guy that you and everybody else hates.
I don't. It's not necessarily like. I understand it to a degree. It takes 2 to tango. That's why I don't.
Yeah.
I understand also what it does in the long run of things, which is one of the reasons I've never been a huge fan of it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot
Most
of
of the women-
psychology involved on top of it, and yeah. Once you understand psychology, it all just,
And look, I mean, in my defense,
You're just doing what
these
you
women,
wanna
they
do.
take their rings off.
Yeah, no,
They
I
take
know.
their ring off. I don't know they're married.
That's why I don't feel bad for women, because I know most of them brought it on themselves.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad now because I look at society as a whole and go, yeah, I get it. But like you said, it takes 2 to. I go to a bar and you walk up to me and you're all extra sweet and you look like something I really want to have.
Yeah.
and you're not making it hard for me. I'm not going to ask any questions.
Yeah, no,
I
I know.
may have
Believe
asked.
me, yeah. And most guys are not gonna. I mean, if they're given the opportunity, they're gonna jump on it most likely. I totally understand.
No, I didn't bang everybody. I mean,
Oh,
there
yeah,
may have
no.
been a time or two I've asked them. You're not married, are you?
No. The reason I hold women most accountable is because they are the gatekeepers of sex.
Yeah.
The guys are just taking advantage of the situation. That's all it is. We're opportunists.
Yeah. And all this stuff is
It's the
before the
lizard.
internet and all.
It's the lizard
all
part
these-
of our brain.
Yeah, and this is before all these people started getting together and talking on the internet. This is when I was out and about, and when women come up with shit like yeah, I'm married, but I'm divorcing. We live separately. I'm like, well, she's free game. Just it's easy to justify it,
Yeah,
but she's lying.
to a degree, but I also look at it as they're still under that contract. That's one of the reasons I always assume women are spoken for. That's why I don't ever approach, because I know I've seen situations where a guy went and talked to a girl and the crazy ass boyfriend shows up and beats the fuck out the dude for even talking to his girl.
Oh yeah.
I don't want that to happen to me.
But I'll tell you, Cass, no one ever gave two shits or took 2 minutes to figure out, if my wife was married. They were all more than happy to, fuck her brains out.
Right.
And for a while there, I was angry at the world. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put acid in somebody else's fucking stomach for once. I'm tired of being the fucking, punching bag for everybody else. This is bullshit.
Like I said, I totally understand coming from both sides. That's why, like I said, I hold women more accountable than I do men.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I got to say it though. When I say certain things about my past, it's not. I mean, there's a little bit of boasting, but it's not to boast. It's just to explain that I am one of those guys who did exceptionally well with women.
Yeah.
And so I see it from both sides of the fence. Because a lot of guys never had the opportunity to live like I've had. I mean, all right, I'll just say it. My life's been a fucking porno movie for. It was pretty damn good, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But I see. But if I hadn't been on the other side of the fence, I wouldn't have understood it from both sides. And when I see young men come into MGTOW and talk, and they talk like from position. I mean, we're talking guys who aren't even 22 yet, and they're talking from positions of authority. I'm like, oh,
Bot Rex
and I want to say something so bad, but I
said,
can't.
Enjoying
I'm like,
the
oh,
show,
you little
make sure
bastard,
to
you have
click
no
that
idea
like
how the
button
world
and
works, do you?
subscribe to show your
Yeah.
support.
All they do is hear they hear a hammerhand talking, and they're just basically repeating everything he says, which is not a bad thing.
He's
They
not
haven't
wrong
lived-
on a lot. He's not wrong on a lot of stuff. He's a very knowledgeable man when it comes to certain things.
Oh God, he was talking about one of the American, I think it's American car manufacturers down in Venezuela, and the government seized the whole plant. I mean, the man's got a brain to absorb news and information from everywhere. This is why I don't even try to compete with him, because not only does he do all the really good MGTOW shit, man, he keeps up with politics and all the stuff really good. But these young men, I'm trying to figure out a way to contribute. Let's say like on Outlaws, I'm always trying to figure out a way to contribute, to be constructive and informative, and not just be another nasty bitter man who just wants to go fuck them.
Right.
And I'm finding I think I'm the only guy who's doing that, because everybody else gets so triggered. Then they go off on 20 different subjects, and all of a sudden everybody forgot what the lie was about to begin with. I'm like, oh God. Then you got some guys, I'm not going to name no names, but they can say everything they need to say in like 30 seconds or less. Then they just keep talking. They say the same thing over and over again, but differently. I'm like, you already made your point. I got the mute button on. I'm screaming. You've made your point. Shut up. Let other people talk. Shut up. I'm screaming. Shut up.
The circular. Yeah.
Yeah. So because if I'm on a panel with a bunch of other dudes, I'm trying to make a point. Keep it short. But man, when these other guys go off and they just talk forever, I just scream and shut up, shut up. For the love of God, shut up.
Like, let somebody
Nobody.
else talk.
Yeah, I mean, they'll start off with a good answer or
A
a
good
comment,
point,
and
yeah.
then they go off. Then all of a sudden they go to shit like Then I was 5 years old, and my aunt took away my Sienna crayon, and it fucked my whole fucked my whole coloring book up for weeks, bro, because I didn't have my Sienna. I'm like,
Start
oh, God.
waffling.
Yeah.
That
So,
happens.
yeah, it's like when I did my live Saturday. Everybody's nice because I think everybody's got the message. I play differently than most other guys and try to stay on focus with things,
Yeah.
except for the trolls. We're gonna fuck with the trolls. We'll stop the show completely for the trolls.
And I will try and not nuke him as soon as I see him. I'm very reactive with the trolls because I've been dealing with mine for like the last 3 years now.
Yeah.
So as soon as anytime I start hearing the TTS talk, I'm looking at the screen, waiting to see what it says. And
I think, yeah.
yeah, as soon as I see it's them, I'm already on the mouse.
Well, a lot of us are conditioned, if we're moderators in other places, to keep the show clean and everything. But if you see anybody talking about using the N word with the hard R, they got to go. Yeah. Anybody who talks about Jews, they got to go. Anybody trying to stir it up religiously, they got to go. But if they're talking about, oh, you sad men, oh, no, we're going to play with those people. But yeah, anybody calls for violence, just ban them outright. Because two guys were having a virtual fist fight in the chat, and I was like, no, fuck that. No, you're not. And
so does that mean I can't say things like communists deserve to be dropped from platforms with ropes around your neck on your channel? Because I don't consider communists humans. They're more of the monster variety,
All right, let me tell you why I'm.
Well, I understand if you're trying to stay within YouTube's TOS.
I'm trying to make this fun for all of us, but I got to establish some rules. Here's two. Okay, main reason is we all know everything's being recorded as it is right now.
Yes.
Now, with the development of all this AI stuff, AI is not smart. All it does is it condenses information very quickly.
Yes.
And it's doing it faster. So 10 years from now, if you get some cop or politician who doesn't like you, all they got to do now is just, look for the key words, and they'll go back and find all these lies where we've said and typed all these things in. So I'm not disagreeing with you for the dislike of communism, but if you want to say, if they want to rub themselves with
try and dot crime my ass.
If you want to say you'd like to see communists rub their bodies with bacon grease and go swimming with piranhas, that'd be cool. But there's some guys in chat and some lives, again, no names mentioned, who are getting really bold. And not too long ago, somebody sounded like a call to violence, and I'm like, oh, no. I actually dipped out of the show. I'm like, fuck this, I'm out. I don't want to be part of this shit. We got laws. I believe there's a reason why we have laws.
Yes.
Now, most of the laws are there for a reason, because we have a big society, and they're usually pretty good laws. Don't speed in a school zone. I can agree with that. Don't murder. I agree with that.
Right.
Don't rob.
Don't steal.
That kind of stuff. But when they say, if you want to refuse service to a customer because of whatever, you should be able to fight back on that one. I get it. But we all know who runs YouTube and all this media stuff, and I don't want to bring swift and eager end to my platform like Undead Chronic keeps doing.
JR.
You can, and because I went to England at such a young age, and I made many British friends, they're very good at being stoic and clever with their speech.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of these guys who are keyboard warriors, and they get on the platform, to, oh, we need to do this. And no, look, I know these guys ain't going to do shit for one. If they do half what they say they're going to do, they're going to go to prison for stupid shit, and it's not going to change anything. We got a process that still works in this country. It's slow, it's painful. God, it's painful,
Yeah, it is.
but it still works.
I don't know. From what I see, if you go in and firebomb a bunch of federal buildings and cause a tiff, the government caves to your whim real quick.
For now, but again, when a country falls,
What the fuck is this wolf?
it's like the fall of Rome. How can you survive the fall of Rome if you can't? I mean, if you can't prevent it, it's too late. The avalanche it's in progress.
Right.
How do you survive the avalanche? All right, the Nazis, they march into Paris. You gonna fight the whole army? No, you're gonna find
God,
ways.
no.
Right, you're gonna find ways to protect yourself and your family, and you're gonna try and find a way to poke the bear and get away with it. But you're not gonna go out in the street, Rambo and shit.
Yeah, no.
So I want to avoid all this. No calls for violence, no digs at anything religious. There's no need for it. And hell, that one chick I put up. I mean that was a 5-minute video, and it took me an hour to get through.
Oh wow.
This woman saying, all men are submissive. Only women have critical thinking. That's enough to make everybody upset and have a discussion. I'm not saying we should have a boring NPR discussion. Oh God, no. Next on Batty Commander, we'll be discussing the early deaths of fat influencers who don't seem to make it past 40. That's going to be one of my next topics.
Next time on Batty Commander Adventures.
I dare you to stay awake due to my monotone voice that's so melodic and smooth. You're either sleeping or masturbating. Welcome.
Did you know there's a Transformers character that his ability was he would talk at a rate that would cause your heart to slow down and you would die from it. His name was Scorn. He was the leader of Megatron's Justice Division.
Oh. I am familiar with tone of voice and rhythmics of speech to influence others.
Yes.
Now, you might have noticed early on when I jump on here and talk to you, I might have been speaking louder and faster. Now I've gotten slower and
it's because the alcohol's kicking in.
No, I haven't had a drink in months. But but no, like right now we're just having conversation. This is just blah blah blah. We're not trying to make any points or nothing. But anybody listening, I don't want to bore them to death, and I don't want to bore you to death. But yeah, so for my lives, I think we can all have a civilized discussion with a bit of spirit, but no hate. And there's somebody who, well, there's actually more than one. And they've done it multiple times where they want to start, talk shit on somebody else. And I'm going to get to a point where I'm like, look, this is going to stop. Either you start doing your own lives and you go talk shit to that person. You don't use my live to talk shit about somebody else, and I'm not going to help you.
That's why I tell people, try and please keep your drama off my channel.
Right. There's quite a few people I don't care for, I don't agree with. And there might be one or two I absolutely just do not like, but I'm not going to sabotage them. I'm not going to call them out. I'm not going to hinder them.
I understand to a degree because I did kind of get dragged in. Well, not necessarily. Yeah, I got dragged into it a little bit.
Right.
I was
And
there, and I made comments too, and I've made comments since then. And you did come to my channel starting shit, so
yeah.
now it's, you know, it's on like Donkey Kong pretty much.
And I'm afraid it's going to get to a point where I'm going to find a way to. I want to do it privately. I don't want to do it in public. I'm going to ask them to stop. If they don't, I know it's coming. I just feel it, in one way or another. It's going to come either while I'm live, or I'm going to make a special video where I'm going to announce, I have to ban,
Well, it was
certain
like with
people.
that Chunsy the Clown thing. I had to put a stop to that. It's funny to me, but I can't have that stuff on my channel because it's gonna. People that are new to the channel are gonna see that shit, and it might scare them off.
Right.
And I gotta ease people into this shit, let them know what's going on. You just can't just like thrust them into the deep end like that.
Yeah, and I'm afraid it's going to cause some.
Shit.
It's going to cause some divisions in make. I've been working really hard for the last 2 years trying to make good, clever comments or humorous comments to fit in and add to the show.
Yeah.
On different streams and whatnot. And now I'm a moderator on several, and I get to jump on almost anybody's panel now, which is awesome. But here's the problem. Once I start drawing a line, I don't want to start any infighting. I don't want anybody taking sides.
Right.
I just don't want the bullshit. And I'm just gonna have to shut it all down for if I have to, I'll just shut everything down for a couple months, and I'll just eke my way back onto the internet, and we'll see how it goes from there, and see how many people I've pissed off. Because really, I don't look. I'm not asking anybody to stand with me.
Right.
And I'm not looking to start a fight with nobody. I can't control that person. I'm not trying to. I've tried talking. I've made suggestions, and it doesn't seem to be working. And I just see it's just getting worse. And it's not just me. There are other people who are, actually starting to say things out loud.
Yeah.
So, and I think a lot of people realize, I like to joke, I like to say funny stuff, but when I'm trying to give an anecdote, I'm trying to be serious and I'm trying to share with somebody, and the last thing I need is for someone to call me, oh, you should have known better, and or interrupt me while I'm talking, because I'm trying to, we're all supposed to be here to help men, and I just see some men who are just, they got to win an argument or they got to be better. I'm like, I'm not.
Understand, we're men. There's a lot of ego involved in what we're doing. We're going to.
Oh yeah. I have an ego.
Part of the male
Here's
psyche.
Here's my process. Yeah, exactly. Here's my process for all that. There's been multiple times where somebody has said something to me, and I could have reacted to it, but I didn't, because I actually wanted to step back and think for a second. Was that me or was that them? And most people don't even notice it, so I didn't call it out. I just let it go. And, give a little time. Maybe somebody's having a bad day, or maybe I just didn't type it right, and they just misunderstood what I was saying. Let it go. But, like I said, just, I've been trying to, tell these people, that's not what I was trying to say. But, they persist with the, then all of a sudden it turns into their story, and I'm like, oh God. I'm just, I don't interrupt people and go, well, you should have known better. I don't do that shit to nobody. And that's the thing I'm seeing with MGTOW right now is, you got Terrence Pop. His mission is to save men's lives.
Yeah.
Outlaw is a super nice, sweet man who also wants to help men and save lives. But then again, you got people with such ego, they forget what the whole life is about, and it turns into their story. And the comments they make are more to break a man instead of build a man. So I mean, look, everybody's made mistakes. You've never heard me go, "Oh, you're a fucking retard. You shouldn't have." I'm never doing that.
Yeah. No, I try to avoid name calling. Because that's just, there's no need for it.
Right.
Oh, God,
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's been a couple times when I've gone on somebody else's live and somebody says something to me, or that sounds harsh or whatnot, and I'm like, is it me? But anyways, I just let it go, and now it just seems like when I come on live, some of these people I'm talking about, they're like, oh man, hey, it's Batty. They're happy to see me because I don't bring drama to the show.
You seem like a pretty cool dude.
I try to be. I mean, and I don't know if you heard me say it last Saturday. I said, I'm very picky about the people I actually physically hang out with. I can only take so much shit. And if I'm running a work site, I'm a dickhead. I'm not tolerating shit because, if I'm responsible for something and you're working on my insurance, I'm not playing the game.
Right.
I'm not going to go and destroy him and fuck with him or stalk him. I'm just going to be like, that's it, we're done.
No, I totally understand. I'm one of those guys. If you're working with me, or if I'm in charge of you, when I was in charge of Whataburger, I told my workers, like, I don't give a fuck what you do as long as you do your job. But as soon as I get wind that shit is not getting done, no more funs and games. It's the hammer comes down until I feel I can relax that leash again.
Sure. I'll give you a great example. Let's say I was down and out and you were kind enough to let me stay at your place for a month or two. You're never going to see my dirty underwear. You're never going to see any dirty dishes. I'm not going to sit on your couch and get drunk and, pass out on the floor so you can't walk around and shit. I'm going to do my best to stay. Yeah. I'll do the best to stay so far out of your way and make sure you can never teabag me when I'm sleeping.
I don't do that shit. Not in real life, at least.
Exactly. No, I would just be grateful to have a place to put my head and have a place where I can, work my way back up to, going back on my own. But, we've all heard horror stories where somebody was being nice to somebody, and they don't clean the dishes, they got dirty underwear and shit everywhere. Or, then they start bringing friends over and partying. You're like, whoa, you're supposed to be working. What the hell are you doing partying? You're supposed to be, working your way back up. Oh, I'll get to it next week. No.
Always making excuses why you're not out looking for jobs.
Right. Hell, I was talking about this last Saturday. I said, if I really wanted to go out and hustle right now, I could make a ton of money just as a handyman. Because there's so many freaking single women who are aging that either cannot do the shit. Yeah, they can't or they won't do it. I got a woman who keeps wanting me to do shit around her house for money. I mean, we're friends, but she'd rather give me the first opportunity for that money. She pays pretty decent. And for her, giving cash to somebody for doing a service clears her mind of everything. And I keep telling her because we're friends. I'm like, you ain't gotta pay me. But she paid me anyway, so I'm like, all right.
Make it up later, take me out to dinner or some shit, yeah.
Oh yeah, she takes me to dinner too. I mean, like I said, we're friends.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to, buy me off to clear her conscience or whatever. I mean, I mean, it could change tomorrow or next week, but I'm not in the point where, holy shit, I need money. I'm not rich or nothing.
Right.
I'm just doing, above water like most people. I'm just like, But again, next week, you never know. I could lose it all.
Such is the way of Murphy.
But there's no, yeah, but anyways, yeah, sorry, I drifted. But yeah, if, like I said, if you were kind enough to take me in for a month or two, yeah, I'd be hustling, man. I know exactly how to make money. I'd start at the churches. I'd work on their hearts. I'd say, all right, who needs some work done? I'll work. I'll do it for a good price, you know. And once the word gets out and you build up a reputation, man, it's just autopilot after that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when I was cutting trees, 3 years ago. I was hungry for anything. And when I got enough reputation and stuff, and I got some other stuff I was doing, I'm like, okay, I don't have to climb these goddamn trees all the time. But I'll do it for certain people. They know when I show up, I'll be slow, and thorough, and I'm not gonna break their house. Because yeah, fucking neighbors, man. I got a guy right next to me. Uh, did he want to hire me? No, he hired crackheads. You know what they did? They climbed the tree, and I was sitting there. I was sitting out there in the lawn chair. This is so fucking. To me, it's funny. I'm sitting out there with a beverage. It's non-alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting out there, smoking a cigarette and drinking my drink, watching these guys climb the tree. And one guy looks like he was training another guy how to climb the tree. He said, "This is how you climb up here and spikes and blah blah blah." So they cut all the limbs off, and they got halfway down, and then they took the day off, and they were gone for about a week. Left all the freaking limbs and logs everywhere. Somebody finally come along and clean that shit up. And 3 years later, he's still got two 20-foot half-cut trees in his front yard.
Huh.
And I asked him, I said, hey man, just let me know when you want to take those 20-foot stumps down. I said, I'm not even going to charge you. I said, in fact, this would be a great opportunity, for your wife to bring the camera out, and I'll put you in the gear. You climb the tree up, you can just chunk it. It'd be easy as, all get out. And I said, take about like 30 minutes to finish these two trees off. And he's like, all right, I'll get back to you. He never got back to me. It's the street. That good-looking nurse woman, she knew I was cutting trees because, I usually come home with a shitload of wood in the back of the truck and whatnot. And, we talk at the mailbox out in the street and whatnot. And she said, well, I got these two trees need to be cut down. How much you charge me for that? And I gave her a really good price, $150 each. Took them down and cut them all up. She didn't want them taken away. She just wanted to keep them around to burn them. So she wanted everything cut up so it could be stacked up, for burning later. I was like, all right, fair enough. And I did that while I was in the middle of a job. But she paid me, and I gave her good service. But my neighbor, oh yeah, I forgot. Damn, sorry, bird brain. I must be getting tired. So I'm driving out of my neighborhood, and let's see. So you make a right. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses up. It's a tri-story house. You know what those are, right?
Tri-story?
It's when half of the house is 2-story, and the stairs are like in the middle where you walk down to that main level where the kitchen and living room is. But once you go up to the second story, that's where the bedrooms are, and the bottom part's like a semi-basement. We call it a tri-story.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm driving out of the neighborhood, and there's a tree laying right on the roof, and there's no workers anywhere. And I was thinking, ooh, I can see inside that bedroom. Somebody effed up. Yeah, it's like, so I'm pretty sure they told the guy cutting the tree, just stop. I'm calling the insurance company. And it took like another 3 or 4 days before someone come out and finished, got rid of the tree and finished it. And I was like, well, that's what you get when you hire. So that's 2 of my neighbors who went and hired crackheads. Yeah, don't hire me. I mean, I was only coming home for months, with trees in the back of my truck. Hell, I got a neighbor up the street. He's only 4 houses down. And man, this guy is, you talk about kicking ass. I mean, he's younger than me too, though. But man, he's got logs stacked up. He's got all these 10, 20-foot logs stacked up in his backyard. And Every once in a while, I'll drive by his house, and he has so many damn trees. He built one of those big entrances to his backyard, like you see in Texas, with the um, the two big trees on, and he put one across, and he put his name of his company on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's big enough for a semi truck to go through. And he's just got stacks of freaking wood back there. I mean, nice wood, not pine. I mean, pine's nice, but you gotta let it sit for like 3 or 4 years before you can burn it safely. And that guy's, man, he's making probably, I would imagine, somewhere between 70 and 150 grand a year just cutting trees. Man's on the move. But he's got a bigger truck, and I think he's got a trailer too. I don't have a trailer. But again, if you were kind enough, and I'm not asking, to take me in, and you're too fucking far away, don't worry about it. If you were to take me in for like 1 or 2 months, you'd rarely ever see me, and your place would probably be cleaner than what you left it. It's just me, and I do worry about what people say about me after I leave, because we've all had somebody we brought in, and they fuck your place up and don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stand that shit. I've tried to help a couple people out, and they're fucking pigs. It's like, do you know how to rinse a dish off? Trying to keep, it's like my sister. She likes getting all these weird, toxic, poisonous house cleaning chemicals. And I told her a long time ago, I said, no. I said, you know what makes the house smell clean? It being clean.
It helps, definitely.
Not taking a shit in the middle of the living room and putting perfume on it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh man, I got a cough. There we go. But I've always felt like this. I really have no faith in humanity, period. And I don't see any point in getting all passionate about politics and what's going on in the world. You got to be aware of what's going on to a point,
Yeah.
but you really can only do so much.
Try not to let things get to me.
Right.
So I tell
And
people,
it's
it's
funny.
like, why get mad over it? There's nothing you can do about it. Unless you can fix it immediately, why get upset over it? Why let it eat at you to the point where you living in anger, you're gonna end up looking like Emperor Palpatine by the time you're my age. You know,
Oh God, yeah.
Withered old man. I sure shit don't. I had to get myself out of that stage. It didn't take long.
Good for you, man.
Thank God, but fuck, because I knew what would happen if I stayed in it, in that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see myself getting angrier and angrier. So I don't need to give it. Nope. I need it. And then I found out part of it was a tenet of Stoicism, amor fati. Love it.
I think I know where a lot of that comes from. It took me to about 32 to give up on I used to be really passionate about politics. Everybody believes they're correct for some, whatever reason or cause. And when I realized, all right, we're a republic, we're a representative republic, which means we have elections.
Yes.
So we're going to have the guy you like, then you're going to have the guy you don't like, then you're going to have the guy you like. Just wait till the next guy gets in. And that's when I started, I just gave up on politics. Plus, you always look like a dick when you start, having a rant in front of people who just don't give a shit. But it's funny when guys say, "Wow, we need to do something." I'm like, I say stuff like, "Well, we need to run for local office." You go, "Even that's rigged and bullshit." I'm like,
It's definitely
"Yes,
not easy.
it is." But if enough of us get into small offices locally, we can at least expose some of the shit they're doing, or at least slow it all down, or frustrate them to the point where they give up on certain things.
Yeah, become a lobbyist and lobby for those laws.
You're never nobody's ever going to stop bad people from wanting to do bad shit. Plus, you got people who always have the good idea fairy sitting on their shoulder, and those people always looking for solutions to problems that don't exist. They're
Right.
not bad. They just think they're being clever.
They're just looking for a permanent money scheme at that point.
Well, that's the advanced
That's why I call
good
things out
fairy.
like the war on drugs, the war on terrorism, all that
Right,
shit.
right. I believe there's different levels of tiers for those people. You got people who just really just want to contribute, but they don't know what they're doing. And yeah,
Mhm.
you got all the way to the evil bastards who know exactly how to get free shit. But it just amazes me. Everybody talks about wanting to do all this and that, but they won't do the simplest thing. Hell, I'm thinking about running for a local office here because half of the township positions don't have a. I'll just say like everybody's running Democrat. There's no Republicans running against them. It's just one. It's one party ticket. So if I ran, so I might actually get elected because people are just like, well, he's new and I hate that person. It could be that easy. I don't know.
Yeah.
And even if it's only $500 a month, just to show up and read some papers and vote on shit, that's still $500 I ain't got right now.
Right.
And maybe I'll get to get some inside information on the next freaking set of apartments they're going to build near my neighborhood. Doesn't mean I can stop it, but at least I'll know if it's going to be Section 8 or, real people moving into it. So, yeah, but if everybody just wants to be, the rebel and, you're going to do stupid shit and cause, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I've
There's so
stated
many
this
things.
before, if enough people want to get together and, I'm not against it, but I'm not going
I
to do it by
understand.
myself.
Well, here's the problem, Chaos. There's too much food. It's as simple as that. If people were hungry in this country, I don't mean the homeless people who gave up on life a long time ago. And I know there's some people who are legitimately 1 week away from it, but you know what I mean. If me and you, the working people, and there's no food, oh yeah, people stand up. When enough children are hungry and enough wives are yelling at their husbands, you better do something, it'll happen. But right now, there's food everywhere. I can name 2 places in town where you can go get at least a free breakfast 7 days a week. All you gotta do is show an ID. And I'm talking about a good breakfast. I'm talking eggs, bacon, grits, biscuits. You get coffee, milk, and juice for free. It's a charity place in town. Hell, there's a church in town that even give you $150 a month for like up to 6 months.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the French Revolution. Those people took all that crap from the monarchy for years. And the thing that set them off? Food. And that's what they try to do in this country. They killed all the chickens. They trying to kill all the cows. They're trying to shut down all the farms because they want instability and civil war in this country. They wanted war.
They
What's the
want
best way to do it? Cut the
want,
food off.
yeah, cut the food off.
They're
They
trying
want people that
chaos.
are bitching, whining, and moaning, sounding like Hitler and shit. To go out
Chaos.
there.
Boobala. How many years have they been trying race riots since Obama? Obama
They've
tried
been doing it since
sparking
before
race
Obama.
riots. Every week he tried to come up with something different to get blacks and whites to start shooting each other. And it almost worked until blacks and whites looked at each other and go, you know what? I see what he's doing over there. You too, huh? Yeah, let's go have a beer. Yeah, fuck him. That's what happened.
Yeah. People
We looked at our
started to
neighbors
wake
and said,
up.
yeah, we looked at our neighbors and said, I'm not shooting you. Fuck that. That's what they want us to do. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I've always asked, like, who the fuck am I oppressing by just existing? I'm just trying to live like everybody else.
Yeah, and I know some people who just absolutely don't like black people.
Yeah.
But but the furthest thing from the mind is, causing them any harm or damage. Just because they don't like them doesn't
Don't
mean they
wanna
want to
be
get rid of
around
them. Yeah, they just move a few blocks over. That's what most
Yeah.
people do. But nobody wants to hurt nobody. And that's what Biden tried to do when he was in. And you can see where, even now, they're gearing up for the Summer of Love 10.0.
Yeah.
They're trying
They've
hard.
already
They're
essentially
failing.
said no to the Pride Month stuff. Oh God,
Yep.
I'm about to die. I'm getting ganged by nature. Fucking sucks.
Yeah, and with the inward fatigue, even the blacks are tired of this shit. Everybody's tired of all this. We're all seeing what they're doing. We're all tired of it.
Mhm.
We just want to live. I mean, I don't carry a gun everywhere I go. I mean, Tim does. He lives in a really shit neighborhood. If he's telling the truth, and probably is.
I could understand
I'm at-
the want to not need to.
Oh yeah. I mean, where I live at, I don't feel. I'm not saying there's no crime or danger, but I don't feel a need to arm myself when I leave my house. Thank God. Oh look, it's Melina
Feminist.
Jovovich. She's sitting here crying for Ukraine because that's her home country.
Why don't you go back to
Yeah, she can go to the discos and hang out with all the other chickie poos who watch their men die,
banged out by the fucking by Jody?
and all the tourists coming over there spending money, giving them all the yuck.
It's another terrible person. Is Jody.
Yep. You had a good home and you left.
I was lonely. We were out and dry.
Man, I tell you what.
You're fucking married. He's out serving the fucking country. You have the audacity to cheat on him.
The military is, man, I tell you what, every time I think about the military, I mean, yeah, there's a lot you can hate about it, but once you realize it's a game and you know you're going to be stuck with some shit people, it's just a game.
Yeah. Oh,
They can't,
God,
they're not going to kill you and they can't eat you. But if you think of the science of the military and how the culture of it, I mean, just the cadence when you're marching, you had a good home and you left. You know, Jody songs. You know, and you start screaming wet Seuss or, wet Sue, you're like, man, they really know how to brainwash you really good into that because you get your mind ready for, it's going to happen. They know it.
yeah.
And the only time I had any real appreciate for a female in the military is when we had that, it's that day pass we had for San Antonio in basic. It pulled us in groups into an auditorium, and this woman, she said, all right, you've all been paid, you're going out for the day, use caution, there are women out there who are waiting for you men. They know you're horny, you're lonely, and they're going to be real sweet to you, and they're only there to use you. I was like, wow. That's the only woman, this is way before HR and, girl power shit. But it's nice to at least get a heads up, telling the men, hey, there's a bunch of hookers out there ready to, roll you over. And that's what, Terrence Popp gets so pissed off because they won't do anything to help the men anymore.
Well, just throw them in the deep end and let them figure it out for themselves.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Air Force is probably, if you want to be a career man, you just want to, you're not looking for all the hard ass action. I'd say Air Force is a good way to go. I mean, it's really hard to, it's really hard to screw it up, man, because you don't. Okay, you're on a ship. Once you're on a ship, you're stuck with those people. That is it.
Sure.
There's no weekend off to walk away from them.
Not until you get back into port, but yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Yeah, Air Force, you're end of duty day, man, I'll drive 100 miles away and go scream on top of a mountain because I can. But if you're a man and you want to test your mettle in battle, yeah, the Army and the Marines, that's the way to go. But you got to realize, you're asking for, that difficulty. Don't bitch and complain about it, especially if you did, if you re-enlisted 3 times. I don't want to hear any fucking complaints. If you're a 4-year wonder, one sign up, yeah, you get to bitch all you want for multiple reasons. Maybe you discovered this is not the life for me. This is not how I want to live. I get it.
I
Maybe
didn't
you
mind
did
it,
get
I
us.
just didn't mind the part I didn't like was getting fucked around.
Well, the way I see it, there's a lot of people in the military who know how to find and push buttons of other men and break them because they get off on it. Or every once in a while. Well, I'll use my father, for example. When he was getting ready to retire, we had many, many years of peace around the world. And even though Reagan was supposedly the nice sweetheart that so many people liked, bastard, they made so many cuts to the military. They actually, sent out officers and higher enlisted to push people's buttons, force people to quit a year before retirement to save all that wonderful money. But it's amazing when a war pops off. Oh, there's endless money. Oh, fuck everybody who gave an entire lifetime of service to the military. 1 year from pension. Now we're gonna fuck them over. Oh, a war come out? Oh shit, let's give everybody the goodies. You get a grain of sand in your eye? 10% disability for life. Get the fuck out of here. You heard somebody fart too loud? 10% disability hearing loss. No, Air Force is... It's real hard to find somebody who's aggravating in Air Force. Except for what I did, because, we carried guns all the time. We're expected to be aggressive from time to time, so of course we're going to have ego and personality conflict, and guys just got to be, top dog. In the office, get out of here. And this is the part that most people screw it up. You're there to serve. Show up, shut up, and just do it. Just do your job. Go home. Don't try and change everything. You've seen those people. Oh, I know better. No, you don't. Shut up.
I understood that. Like I said, my thing was I didn't like getting like my situation here. There was more than enough people to be where I didn't need to be standing 4 different watches during the fucking day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I don't think I would have made it in the Navy.
Being told shut the fuck up. I just, yeah, something in me compels me to just tell that individual to get fucked even more.
Oh, people higher rank say some very stupidly ugly things that were unnecessary, and I didn't react. But I did find ways to make their life a little unpleasant, where no blame could be attached to me. If you know what I mean. There's so many ways. So many ways. And the simplest way to do it is you find a way to fuck up his fitness report for the year. My sergeant had his head so far up his sergeant's ass because he was being groomed to take over, for a larger responsibility. He didn't interact with me or any of his men. But I would sit there and watch all the other supervisors who spent a lot of time with their men and, trying to progress their careers. And I was like, all right, I get it. I knew I was young and I knew I was new to the military and I make up for it later on, whatever. I don't have any rank or say, so I get it. But, I did do a couple things that, my fitness report when I left was 100%. His was at 80. Ooh, that burned his ass. Ooh, it burned his ass. And there's nothing he can do about it. And I did it at risk of knowing this guy's going to be in for another 10 years, and I might be stuck in the same base as him for another 10 years. And he probably would have found a way to transfer me somewhere, or, you know, send me to a training base to go get some work, fuck up, move up kind of thing, just to get rid of me. All right, Airman Batty, we've noticed the exceptional job you've done, and now we're going to reassign you to the training base over in Alaska. Oh, goody, yay!
Yay. We're gonna send you to fucking worst base you can fucking think of.
I can think of one right now. It's on the western end of Australia, and there's only 20 airmen out there. And you are so far away from a town, a city, beer, women. Oh, God. Oh, my God, I couldn't imagine being one of them poor sons of bitches. And you know whoever's in charge of that, you know they fucked up, and they're going to do whatever it takes to get back in good graces with Daddy. Can you imagine being in the western desert of Australia with 20 other men?
I was on a boat with 20 other men.
Sure. I mean, you give yourself the illusion you're on a mission. But when you're out in the western end of Australia where there's no cities or towns to go to, there's no port to pull into, bub. At least you can look forward to going to port. But you're talking about a 4-year hitch out in the desert of Australia. Oh, goddamn. Man, it's worse than jail because you know everything about everybody. I mean, at least their body movements, all their personal habits, their preferences, their likes, their hates. If you cough the wrong way, they're gonna find a way to make your life hell.
And I was one of those victims. I got drunk one night. Forgot to take out my tongue ring. And one of the new petty officers who just got in there caught me with it, and started making my daily life a living hell. And she got her friend in on it. And then one day, she, her friend caught me putting in my tongue, because I started taking it, putting it in, and taking it out real quick to keep the hole, because I had like a 6 gauge in at the time. I didn't want that closing up. I invested some work in that shit. I was trying to get to a 00. And she caught me doing it. She told me to give it to her. I told her where she could basically fuck off. And she pulled the rank shit. And she ended up throwing it off the side of the ship.
Oh, dear God.
And my first instinct was to grab her by the collar and shove her up over the railing and say, better hope your black ass can swim, because you're fixing to go fish this shit up. That's $50. And I didn't like that too much. That got me into trouble.
Damn. Worst thing ever happened to me is I got caught reading unauthorized material on the job, and Sergeant took my books away from me. I was pissed off. Oh, I hated him, but I didn't really hate him. I was like, all right, lesson learned. I fucked up. I did, and the guy sitting next to me didn't help. He didn't say, hey, Sergeant's coming. So, okay, I see how the game's played. All right. Now, if I had authorized reading material, it'd be no problem.
Right. What constitutes as unauthorized reading material?
I was reading one of those small novels, this adventure book, post-apocalyptic shit. But one guy, he was, we had a college or like a community college annex on the base. It was great. If I wasn't married, I would have taken some courses. Maybe some more English and math. Try to get a little bit more, just something to pad my folder with. To show at least I'm trying. And one guy, he already had a no, he already had an associate's degree. No, he wanted a 4-year degree, bachelor's, and and he was a nice guy. He he played the game really good. He was a good airman. He didn't stir any shit. He was married, and he just wanted to get more education, and so he'd bring his college books to work with him, and nobody gave him any shit for having his face buried in a book all day when he should have been keeping his head on a swivel like the rest of us. So I learned early on you are punished. Your punishment is based on how much people like you and if they think you're salvageable.
Yeah.
Because my punishments were usually pretty lean and quick, so they knew. All right, he's young. They pretty much knew. All right, I made a stupid young man mistake. I fixed it. Especially when you work in an area when everybody's got guns and ammo, you're carrying live ammo every day. You want to keep that certain amount of trust with everybody. And when it came time for any kind of exercise or other activities, let's just put it this way, I was not the last guy chosen, so that says a lot. Wasn't always the first guy chosen, but I was damn sure not the last guy chosen. I've seen the ships you were on, and I'd want something like a big ship, not necessarily a aircraft carrier, but my luck, I get stuck on a freaking all wooden schooner with sails on it and shit. Oh God. Yeah, I can see it now. I'm scrubbing the decks, looking for woodworm. Oh my God, that would drive me insane.
Sounds like a great time.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I'm being facetious as fuck, dude. No. I fucking... Like I told you before, the worst part of it was hanging off the side of the ship by a rope and a 2x4 on the second ship. The first ship was being off the side of the ship under way having to paint. That was awesome. I hated.
I had a couple of friends who graduated a couple years ahead of me, went in the Navy. Overall, I mean, good experience, but one of them was a Pacific Marine, the other one was an Atlantic Marine, and they both had equally bad things to say. The things that they didn't like about it were equal but different, and there's nothing about being on a ship that appeals to me whatsoever. I don't care how good it is.
It's definitely different.
Yeah.
It took a little bit getting used to being underway all the time. The wakes were really... I went on there like, I got this, I ain't gonna get seasick, and within the first 3 hours of being out at sea, I was just...
The lack of downtime and always having to be busy, that would have drove me insane.
No, there was never any downtime. They definitely kept us busy. The worst part was watch. They had me on lookout, which I was always having to call out contacts and all that fun shit.
Yeah, and the only thing that stopped me from joining the Army and becoming an 82nd Airborne Trooper, they all got their quota super fast, and they didn't want to take the time to show me all the other jobs in the Army, you know, so I could be a little picky about it. They just didn't give a shit.
Well, they wanted you to go
But-
someplace specific, so they tried to guide you that direction.
Yeah, because everybody, you know, the whole high school freaking joined up for 82nd Airborne. Yeah, they would have stuck me with something. But the Air Force recruiter, man, I was like a long lost loved relative. Hey, how you doing? Come on in. Are you thirsty? I mean, you're family now. I'm like, all right. He gave me time of day. I should have got him for a T-shirt and a hat. You know, I didn't care for that shit. You know when you go to basic, everybody starts buying, you know, your branch jacket. You know, like a bomber jacket with, you know, with your branch on it, with the patches and shit on it. I don't know if you guys had that in the PX or not. But yeah, even when I was in cop school, because cop school was down there in Lackland, so we had access to all the merchandise for the Air Force, and it's amazing how many guys bought bomber jackets with and they spent extra money to have their state state of origin patch sewn on it and all the other shit. And I'm like, oh, it just looks so stupid to me. You know, like, well, I mean, you go through all the basic and everything about security and, you know, secrecy is, you know, just beat into you for, you know, weeks, months. And what do? You go out and buy a jacket screaming, look at me, look at me. Or in top school, guys would go and run off and get tattoos, you know, of look at me, look at me. You don't see guys who do crypto go out and get tattoos. I'm a cryptographer. I do secret shit in a building with no windows.
Well, the
You don't
ones
see
that do
you?
are fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that normally end up getting robbed.
Yeah. Well, before my mom turned into a feminist weirdo, she was normal most of her life. That's why I treat her good now. Anyways, between her and my dad, and first of all, they didn't want me getting tattoos when I was in high school, and I don't blame them. But my mom, she loves spy novels and all that shit. She said, you know, you don't want to get a tattoo because if you ever work for the government, you know, tattoos are a way to spot you anywhere you go. And I always kept that in mind. I'm like, yeah, that's true. So I was like, I was the perfect gray man. Yeah, look at some of these comments. I've been kind of not paying attention to that.
It's dead.
It's like great. It looks like Gravedigger. He used to jump in piles of leaves.
I did it as a kid, but not very often.
Yeah, when I was up in New York, a lot of, there's hardly any pines up there, so everything's leaves, and so everybody's jumping in leaves as a kid up there. When I moved down here, yeah, you try jumping into a pile of pine needles. It's not as bouncy.
No.
And it's always full of frickin' ticks.
Yeah, Lyme disease is very,
I don't know if I've been bit or not, because there's sometimes when I feel like I got that muscle fatigue and some of the other signs of Lyme disease, but I don't know. I think sometimes I just drink too much coffee. Or maybe, I was taking a lot of, you ever heard of chlorella and spirulina?
never heard of it.
Okay, these are algae from the sea, and they are supposed to be like, top class, home remedy detoxifiers. I mean, I'm talking, get some really, bad juju out of your system and whatnot. And I think I was taking this shit for a while, man. And let's see, when I was up in Long Island, yeah, back in '09 in Long Island, there's one guy I was working with, and I stopped by his house, and he didn't have a shirt on, and man, he was looking fit. And I'm like, holy shit, man, what diet are you on? And so he invites me in, and he's drinking chlorophyll. And I'm like, what the hell is chlorophyll? It's basically grass. It's probably chlorella, and you don't eat the grass because the fibers you can't digest. But if you put the grass from your yard into a blender with water and you strained it out, you can drink that. It's actually good for you.
Huh.
Most people won't do it though. It don't taste that great. Even that movie Iron Man, was it 2? I think it was 2 when he was starting to die and he had all the he was being poisoned by his own little reactor.
Mm-hmm.
He was drinking chlorophyll. He was drinking all that, just basically, grass. Because it gets a lot of, gets heavy metals and shit out of your body. And when I was working in the hospital, I was dumb enough to get 2 flu vaccines because, everybody's got to get the flu vaccine. And I just kind of laughed it off. I'm like, all right, it's just a bunch of dead cells and shit. And I didn't get the big one. I left before they started that COVID shit. But I started looking in what they put in the flu shots. I'm like, all right, mercury, aluminum. I'm like, all right, I gotta get this shit out of me.
I only got like 1 flu shot, and I got really, really sick after I took it.
Oh, it's a bad reaction.
Like 3 days later, fucking hit me like a ton of bricks. I was fucking fever spiking. And
damn, that is a bad reaction. I didn't feel shit. It's funny. Everybody's sitting around me at work. They're all bitching about their arm hurting for like 3 days and stuff. I'm like, I didn't feel shit. I don't know if they gave me saline or not. I didn't feel anything from it. But those are the only 2 flu shots I ever got because I don't feel it's necessary to get a flu shot every spring because I have an immune system.
A wild Bomata
hey,
entered the chat.
Bomata.
Welcome to the stream. Bomata.
Welcome
Hand pink
to
waving
the
person turquoise
stream.
waving
Hope you're
hand
doing
pink
well.
waving.
I used to have debates, not arguments, but debates with my father because he's typical boomer. Like, I gotta get my flu shot. I'm like, are you sure? I feel better after I get them. I said, yeah, but you're usually sick for 3 or 4 days afterwards. But yeah, but I feel great after that. I'm like, oh God, the flu. It's like nobody wants to talk about the mutation of the virus is constantly mutating. So whenever you get the vaccination, that's last year's flu strain. If that shit's true. And I was like, I've had the flu a couple times. So I've gotten sick like everybody else, but man, anyways, I talked my mom out of not getting any more shingle shots. And guess what she doesn't have problems with anymore? Shingles! The last time I went to a doctor, I got a checkup. They were like, they said, well, you're over 50. You need to start getting your shingle shots. I'm like, no. No, I ain't doing it.
What the fuck?
It's amazing how big farmers get.
A wild.
It's amazing
Miss
how
Piggled
big farmers
Section 8
convince
Burger
everybody they need all these
Entered the
vaccines
chat.
every year or
Welcome
you're
to
gonna
the stream.
die.
Miss
Or be
Piggled
really
Section 8
sick.
Burger Queen said, I need my EBT card and sheet. Miss Piggled Section 8 Burger Queen said,
But I think that's one of the reasons why
and
my
I
father
love
passed
white
early.
boys.
Fuck is this thing? Oh, there it is right there. Okay. I don't know how to feel about
But
this
what?
troll. It's not a me troll, it's someone else's troll.
You got a troll? Where?
Not
Who is it?
not a me troll. They're trolling. It's someone from the other community that's causing shit. They're making fun of.
Oh, I see it now.
They're on one of their troll accounts for the other people.
You want it gone? I'll
no,
take
no,
care
no,
of
they're
it.
fine, they're fine. Because I know they're with.
Okay.
I think I might know who it is. When you gonna make another account? When you gonna make 16? I think that's who that is.
You need my "Who Let the Dogs Out" video. I think I sent you one. If you
It's
want
not
to use
that
it?
kind of troll. I got Pidgey the Pegger.
It. Yeah. Before I do my next late night live, I gotta come up with some rules that will be upgradable and subject to change.
They could be amended.
Well, I mean, as long as everybody knows, what the rules are, nobody should get butt hurt as long as we play by the rules.
Right.
But if you make rules and you don't uphold them, that's where you lose control. So I'm not a strict person like little Bobby and Brady Bunch when he was finally the hall monitor. But
I'm gonna let the power go to my head. I'm the hall monitor, motherfucker. You gotta do what I say.
God, but think about it.
But
I'm
I'll
a
let
hypocrite.
You slide for $20.
Yep.
Next Friday, or I'm snitching.
But it makes me a hypocrite because I come over here, I talk all kinds of junk, say words, and I go over to Outlaws, say words, and talk junk. But I wouldn't let people say half that shit over in my place. Well, I'm trying to be a nerd magnet. I'm not trying to be a rabble rouser.
Right.
So, I mean, if I had a different account I was doing this stuff on, yeah, it could be a different story. But okay, you see that, so okay, I'm not really a hypocrite then. Kinda, but I gotta let my hair down sometime, right?
I'm a match their energy kind of guy.
Yeah, but I don't see anybody. I don't really ever remember anybody, saying, "Oh, we need to do this," and no call to action or real hate. I mean, it's spirited fun, yeah, but nobody's, stepping over the line over here.
No, my big rule is we all know what YouTube doesn't like. Just don't be liberal with the words.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a couple other guys. For some reason, you can ask them, "Hey, what color is the sun?" Well, it all started over in the Middle East with this one. Oh, please don't do that. Don't do
You
that.
like flat earthers?
No, I was talking about the religious part of it.
Oh, yeah.
I'd rather talk to flat earthers. I mean, they could be both informative and amusing at the same time. Are you a flat earther, Chaos?
No.
I do watch a lot of flat earth stuff because, oddly enough, they don't really talk about flat earth. They just use that title to talk about ancient things that are being discovered to cause even more debate about, is this true? And that fascinates me.
Yeah. No, I would like to see, like, why won't they let people do anything with the Sphinx? Like, there's stuff hidden under there. Why won't they let us access that stuff? Why won't the Vatican let us access all of their quote-unquote forbidden knowledge and stuff, All this information, we should be able to access it. Why are they hoarding it? Why are they being so secretive? Why is there
How
a
do
need for secret societies in the first place?
you can't control your peasants if you make them equally smart as you. Yeah, I'll give you a better answer,
I
Chaos.
don't quite frankly like being a peasant per se. But
Well,
if
you know
we're
what I
all
mean.
supposed to be as equal,
We're
I
all equal
mean,
peasants, yeah. But
oh yeah,
seriously,
for sure.
if you look at a lot of, look at any country that has a totalitarian government.
Hmm.
I'll use North Korea, for example. They give the troops just enough weapons to defend the country and maybe some offensive action,
Yeah.
but never enough training, to organize efficiently to overthrow the government. Now, what's one of the greatest gifts America has as far as the military goes? We are taught that if our officer goes down or our leading sergeant goes down, we know how to, say, all right, you're now in charge.
Yeah.
And we're all given a briefing. If you have a target of opportunity, take it, according to the rules of the engagement. Other countries don't let their soldiers do that. They say, if you lose this guy, you guys just stop what you're doing and come back here. Don't take any more action. Don't get clever. That's what I mean as far as, like even Americans, the Rockefeller set up the school system so we're just smart enough to work the machines or maybe even build a new machine, but never realized or questioned that we're all being screwed over and what to do about it. We'll talk about the Constitution, but we don't talk about what the people should do when they become truly unhappy about it.
Right. Then there's
Right.
the what is it? Our school system is based off of Nazi Germany's education system. A couple of our politicians went over there to check things out, and they observed how their school system operated, and they liked it.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's no coincidence that again, with Ronald Reagan, he started working out the NAFTA, and then other presidents started shipping off all over, literally entire factories overseas. They started lowering all the educational standards because in the 50s and 60s, we were in a race to go to the moon, and they wanted more war. So they wanted strong young men who were physically fit, and they wanted to find the people who were encouraged by the sciences to, build rockets and technology. Now that this country has so much technology, we're on the verge of robots who can build other robots and maintain robots. We don't need as many people anymore.
Well, that's
And
why
if we
they're
don't have-
trying to get people down to. That's why they're trying to get the population down to like 5 million
Right.
or 7 million or something like that.
It said 500,000
Or
on the stone.
Was it 500,000 on the Georgia Guidestone?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you got 10,000 super rich people, they'll all have the whole world divided up amongst them, and they only need somebody to do something the robots still can't do just yet, and have somebody to laud power over. What's the point of having a mansion if you can't be up on top of the hill overlooking your peasants? Anyways, yeah, I mean, you never see it in real time, but it's always easy to look 20 years back and say, well, all right, they started making everybody dumber in school when they started getting rid of all the industry because we don't need to maintain the machines or build new machines. I mean, just look at what it takes
Mispickled
to make
Section 8 Burger Queen
clothes
said,
hangers.
Y'all seen my Simps Kush
You know,
manlet in Les.
steel wire hangers.
Can't
To come up with the
say
machinery
that
they'll push out the right length, bend it so many times, then twist it at the end with just one machine. That's some engineering. Somebody had to figure all that out. But now we just send it to China. Now it's all made out of plastic. Anybody can make a mold for plastic.
China has less regulations.
That too.
They can do a lot more than what we can.
Like what we used to do back in the 1920s and before. Before OSHA and everybody else come along and
All
screwed it
the
up.
democratic push policies to try and get more money out of these companies.
They're trying to over-regulate it like Europe does. Just
Over-regulate, lower the wages, find a way to save money in every aspect while getting the most back in return.
oh, that's been since the beginning of time. I look at some of these. Okay, I'll use an example of some of those flat Earth sites I was talking about. Again, not flat Earth, but historical stuff. And they look at the architecture of 1800s in America, and it's just so overly done and beautiful, and the craftsmanship is just gorgeous. And I've asked my friends, I said I don't, I play with them. I can't prove it one way or another. I'll say some stupid shit like, I think there's 1,000 years missing in our historical timeline because I don't think we built those buildings. You're like, no, that's just the way they used to build things back in the 1800s. Now, I've done enough construction to realize, first of all, everything costs money. Nobody spends more money than they have to. You look at any government building since I'll just say 1950s or 60s. They're pleasant, but they're not gorgeous because of style. No, it's because of money. Nobody back in the 1800s, when the average wage was what, 5 cents a week, and they're building buildings that still cost $1 million back then. No, there's no fucking way. They did it because it's the style of the day. There's something a little bit more going on with all that. Now we can look at Europe and say, well, they spent 1,000 years building it all. Okay, yeah, all right, yeah, we can all right, that's plausible. But in America, we still had immigrants coming to this country. We're trying to fill up the western part of the country to keep the British and Canadians, the French British Canadians, from start dipping south. So we filled it up ourselves. That's why we had the land rush after the Civil War in 1880 something. Basically go stake whatever land you can get a hold of west of the Mississippi, that kind of thing. And you're telling me those people stopped out in the middle of nowhere where there's no people for 20 miles around, and they built what's essentially the state capitol with all that limestone, stone, all those materials for a town of 5,000 people? Get the fuck out of here. Because that's just the way they built it back then? Get the fuck out of here. So I'm not saying I believe one thing or the other. Somebody just hasn't come up with a plausible reason why they spent all that money for such an elaborate building for me to buy into yet. Because I would just refuse to believe that people were just that bored back then. People who are you died of diarrhea back then, but yet they're gonna whip up a state capitol in like a year and a half from some unknown architect who was 19 years old. Get out of here. Who never built a building before in his life. You should Wikipedia some of this stuff. It's almost amusing. If you looked at some of the biggest buildings that were built in the 1860s and 1870s and 1880s, especially up north, let's say like Chicago and New York, buildings before, but these buildings are still standing today, and they'll stand for another 500 years. Not buying it. And they built 30 buildings in 10 years? I'm not buying it. So, I mean, it's just stuff like that. It's just fun for conversation. Because I'm never going to be one of those dogmatic guys who like, well, this is the way it's supposed to be, and that's the way we have to believe it. You know, I'm not going to do that.
That's the way it was. We're never going back to those days. We have to find a way to adapt and overcome as we always have, and try and make things better for ourselves at this point.
Oh, sure. But me just being a simple man, all I can do is do what I got to do to maintain my dwelling, put food on the table, and get ready for old age. That's it.
Oh, I'm trying
As far
to
as the greater schemes of life,
make it to retirement.
yeah, I got no.
Maybe find a
I've
player
got no
number
time,
2
power, or
like it.
money. Yeah, I got no time, money, or power to challenge, all the big stuff. I don't even care.
I won't ever have that kind of money.
Well, even if you did, there's gonna be a point where you sit and go, I'm this age. What do I really want to invest my life in with what I got now? Let's say you win $5 million after taxes. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't give two shits about the world. All I'd care about is, can I make this last till I die?
Yeah. So how long?
And how much fun can I have?
How long can this last me? Give it a year.
But the one thing, I'll give you a really good example of why I do listen to some of these flat earthers, why I find them so fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
So the formula for curvature of the Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per square mile So, and let's see, naval ships have the capacity of communicating with each other with lasers now, up to 300 miles. So, here, let me whip out the calculator real quick here. All right. So you got 300 miles times 8. It seems a little excessive. It says 2,400. I think I got to move a decimal. So let's just call it, I got to move a decimal. So that'd be 240 feet of drop. So the curvature of the Earth is going to drop well below where two ships can, signal each other with a laser at 300 miles.
Right.
So and lasers don't curve; they just go straight. That is it.
But somehow
So,
they managed to curve with the Earth.
No, this is not bouncing shit off the ionosphere like you can with radio signal. We're talking about a laser, and as far as I know, you can't bend light without something to bend it. And you still need a significantly clear day to do it. Can't do it on a pit fog day. Or can they? I don't know. Now, if they're shooting lasers straight up to a satellite and bouncing it down to another ship, now that's a whole different story.
That's what a lot
But
of
if you're
it is
doing
nowadays. I think that's
right.
pretty much what it's always been.
Sure. Now, I don't have enough information, but I'm just going to go with what this one person proposed. A ship talking to another ship, line of sight, 300 miles on the laser. Not satellite, but sight to sight.
Right.
So we're talking, even if you had just a mere 240 feet of curvature, there's no way that can happen. But if the Earth was maybe a little bigger than we think it is, not saying it's flat, but just making it a little flatter, maybe that 8 inches is way off. But that's the official globe model according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the failed actor.
I feel like he lost cred with me when he started pushing the alphabet mafia bullshit. I quit taking everything you said seriously after you started saying men can be women and women can be men.
Yeah, well, when he said the Earth was pear-shaped, I was like, all right, that's it, you lost me. I can buy we're a sphere, a globe. I can buy that.
We're close to an egg shape, maybe, but the sphere.
No,
we don't know because none of us have really been in outer space. All we have to go off of are the pictures they've taken.
Right, and all right. Let you get that out of your system for a second.
Sorry.
No, take your time, man. All right, let's go with the official narrative of NASA, okay? Pictures from the moon, we see that the Earth is spherical globe. Not
Yeah.
egg-shaped, not pear-shaped. It's a ball. Going with that information, I can buy that because everybody's done the math. The math adds up. So now we have something to work with. Because you got sailors and airmen who circumnavigate the world based on maps and math that has been pretty consistent for a long time. So, all right, really hard to argue that one.
You just look at the moon.
All the stellar bodies around.
Eh.
Oh, if you want to talk about what could be bullshit in outer space, here's one for everybody. Let's see if I can blow somebody's gasket with this one. Jupiter. What's your point, Batty? Okay, Jupiter. Jupiter is not really a planet. It is one massive ball of gas in a vacuum. What keeps that in a ball, in a vacuum of gas?
The fact that it's spinning and has gravity.
Nope.
What?
I'm pretty sure somebody would have duplicated that in a lab here in the world somewhere. There's a lot of experiments they cannot duplicate. Now again, I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. I'm just saying based off the information we're given. Having been a deep sea diver and worked out of a diving bell once or twice, I know a little something about pressure. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm not saying I had enough time in it to be, an authority on it. But I got an idea about pressure. And JPL Labs here in the United States, they have a vacuum chamber that is several feet of concrete all the way around it. And from what we're told, still cannot recreate the infinite vacuum force of outer space without cracking the concrete and when they get to a certain rate, there's been no spacesuit to ever survive the test. Plus, when you look at a lot of 1960 spacesuits, they sure did have a lot of zippers.
Yeah.
And again, haven't been a deep sea diver. Fully qualified, certified deep sea diver now. Working with dry suits, you can easily experience the forces of vacuum and pressure. Let's see. When you're coming up, you have to dump air out of your suit because Boyle's law says as pressure decreases, pressure increases. So when you're coming up, whatever little bit of air you got in your suit magically just magnifies. And the deeper you go down, if you don't pump air into your dry suit, you will get vacuum packed into that dry suit real fast.
Yeah.
And it gets really painful. So.
Because of all the pressure and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And again, with
Omega
Boyle's law, as pressure
said,
increases, volume decreases.
Let us go.
So all that little bit of air, molecules just get tighter and tighter. They compress. That's why your suit. Yeah. So as you go deeper into dry suit, you got to pump air into your suit so you can move your arms and stuff. That's why divers carry a knife with them.
Bot Rex.
Especially if you're in a
said,
dry suit, because if you have some
enjoying
kind
the
of
show,
accident
make sure to click that like button
and
and
your suit
subscribe to
gets
show your
overinflated and your
support.
buoyancy gets screwed up and you start rocketing to the surface, you got to cut your suit. Because if you go up too fast, you're going to have multiple embolisms that'll just destroy your arterial system. You'll die.
Right. It gives
So
you,
you might-
what's it called?
Ends extreme.
I forgot what it was called. I mean, it's not shingles. I don't know why I'm thinking shingles.
It'll cause, well, you'll start ripping your the pressure change like that, if you're rocketing to the surface like that, you can burst blood vessels and you'll have embolisms.
Gravedigger
Kind of like strokes, only worse.
said, too much CO2 can cause you to get disoriented or pass out at those
Oh,
depths.
Gravedigger's still here. See, too much CO2 can cause you to get disoriented and pass out at those depths. Usually it's not going to be CO2. It's going to be what they call nitrogen narcosis. That's when you get the feeling of being drunk or underwater. But yeah, you will feel disoriented. You start making mistakes. And so you got to follow the guidelines because the books they got are very precise because they experimented on a whole lot of Navy divers during World War II and after World War II of how to mix gas when you go down. So, I mean, do you know what the bends are? Chaos?
Bends. That's what I was thinking of.
A wild
It's when you go up to the
entered the chat.
when you're
Welcome
underwater
to the
and
stream.
you come up too fast or
Knucklehead
something, and
said,
it's where you get a bunch
Yo.
of
Gravedigger
I can't remember
said,
everything. There's
pressure
something with the
changes like
lungs.
being in outer
They get
space cause
a bunch of
entropy in the
bubbles or
muscles in the
something
body.
form, and it causes you to drown on fluids, I think.
Man, you and Gravedigger, you basically, you're really close to it. The mechanism of injury is when you go under depth and time, when you're breathing. Okay, right now we're all breathing oxygen and nitrogen and other. There's like 3% other.
Right.
But let's just stay with nitrogen. So as you go down deeper, every time you breathe in, you absorb oxygen and nitrogen. That oxygen gets burned up by the body and expelled as CO2 and other. The nitrogen gets absorbed into your muscle tissue. So the deeper you are and the longer you stay down there, the more nitrogen you absorb. So here's where the bends comes in. If you come up fast, that nitrogen starts releasing into your vascular system. Therefore, what you just said, causing bubbles.
Okay.
And those bubbles will pick a spot anywhere in your body and stop the blood flow right there. I've had the bends once. I got hit in both elbows, right where the artery bifurcates into your forearm. And it was a bell dive, so I got it in my elbows. I didn't have to go back to the chamber, but the other guy got it in his lower back. So if he didn't take the chamber ride, he could have ended up paralyzed. So if you come up too fast and you get bends, all that nitrogen turns into bubbles. It's not just going to be one place. It could be one place in your body, or it could be 20 places in your body and stop your blood flow. And that's where you die. And if you do live, you're going to have a lot of dead tissue in your body.
Alright, let's just selfie. Damn, man, I'm not
But
trying to see no selfie.
But as far as pressure changes goes, you ever seen that movie The Abyss with Ed Harris?
Many years ago. But I remember
when,
some of it.
Okay, remember when they sent the Navy SEALs down there to investigate and help them with their underground oil rig, which is bullshit. And they had that classified Navy dive suit where they had oxygenated liquid that goes into your lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's real. That's been declassified. All right. So what that does is it fills up the hollow spaces in your body. And in theory, you can go to infinite depths once you filled up all your hollow spaces in your body. How exciting is that?
Gravedigger said,
How would you like
as
to be
opposed
3 days
to
away from
skydiving
getting to the
pretty
surface?
much burns up any carbons before hitting Earth's surface.
It would be weird.
Pretty
Very
intense. But
weird.
yeah, I remember the Abyss. I remember when he was way underwater and came across that. It was a giant alien jellyfish or some shit. I can't fully remember. But I
Oh, you got it,
remember
Gravedigger
yeah.
that scene.
said, The Abyss is an
the one.
underrated James Cameron film
nailed it.
immo.
It was a jellyfish?
Oh, it was
An alien?
it was an alien that manipulated water. Like the Liquid Terminator.
Okay.
That's where Terminator 2 got the idea, was from the Abyss, which worked out really well. So the aliens kind of manifested themselves into a physical form using water. Yeah. But they couldn't really speak or touch nothing. They could just, anyways. Let's see, Gravedigger's
What's
talking
up,
about.
Knucklehead? I don't know if I said hi to
Said,
you or not. I was in
Want to
mid-conversation.
partake in the dumpster fires? Join
I
the
see you
Discord
there. Hope you're doing well,
https
sir.
Discord ggfwqm6zhmrs.
I'm sorry, I did say Knucklehead when he come in here. I should have said it a little louder.
I don't know if I
My
did. I know we were in a conversation, and I heard it say it, but I was so in with the conversation, I wasn't sure if I stopped and said hello to him or not.
I'll say it's my bad.
It's both of our
But,
faults.
great.
We're fuck ups, man. We're fuck ups.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go flush my head in the toilet. I should have been more on time, man.
I don't know where the hell it's making me go all this way around. I'm trying to go
Gravedigger
over there.
says, as opposed to skydiving, pretty much burns up any carbon before hitting the Earth's surface. Skydiving is still in the atmosphere, so it's not. You're talking about re-entry to the stratosphere, which is way higher and denser.
Yeah.
Skydiving burns up any carbons.
In your lungs.
I don't know, man. Even the spaceships, when they come in, they got carbon burns on the ship.
Yeah, because they're coming in so
Gravedigger
fast.
said,
And at an angle.
The Abyss, Leviathan, and Deep Rising are great science fictional deep
the
sea and
friction
ocean
from it
flicks.
Causes it to heat up.
Well, considering, here's the other thing that gets me about like space station. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? That's what we're told, right?
That's what they say, yeah.
Okay. So the space station, for some reason, it's not floating in space. It's falling around the Earth at 10,000 miles an hour. So how it gets to that speed and stabilizes, I do not know. So we'll just go with what we're
the
told.
best little access point where it sits there and it bobbles in and out. Plus they have
maybe.
checks on it to correct if necessary.
Yeah, I'm sure they got stuff like that. But yeah,
They
upon
found that
re-entry,
nice little happy median.
exactly. So anything going 10,000 miles an hour around the Earth, when it re-enters, it comes in at 18,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So any kind of friction whatsoever, yeah, it's going to get real hot real fast. Gravedigger said, the Abyss, Leviathan, Deep Rising, really good science fiction
Don't
flick. I tell you,
Remember Deep
Go ahead.
Rising.
Gravedigger
because when I was in dive
said,
school, guess what we
Sorry
all did?
to
We all
reiterate,
rented
the air is thinner,
all of
high
those movies
Earth-esque
because we're
atmosphere.
we're all
You
going
go
to be
like
deep sea
the
diving.
ocean's floor is what I meant.
We even watched, what was that movie? Men of Honor came out that year.
Oh, that was a good movie.
Yeah, and I was watching that movie. Actually, I think I just finished dive school, and I wanted to go see. Anyways, I was watching the movie, and I remember that one part when the diver gets down and he goes, "Diver has received the light," and I'm like, "He gets the light?" I said it out loud, and I was like, "Oops, shit," you know. I was so into the movie, I forgot I was in the theater. But I've never had to dive the Mark V helmet or that suit. But for some reason, Maryland State Troopers still have an inventory of Mark V dive helmets. So good for them. I mean, they work. So if they got them for free, just all made out of brass and heavy canvas. Should be easy to maintain. Okay, Gravedigger. Sorry to reiterate. The air is thinner, high atmosphere. You go to the ocean floor is what I meant. You might have to clarify a little bit more on the ocean floor.
Gets denser the closer, the deeper you go.
Oh, the deeper you go, yeah. For every 33 feet of water you go down is another atmosphere. Because you got the entire weight of the, the ocean
pushing down on you.
Getting heavy. Yeah, it's pushing down on everything.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, what could be the, let's say a 6 foot, I'll just call it just for general purpose. Say you got a 6 foot fish down at 2,000 feet. Now let's go further. Let's go 5,000 feet. So you got a 6 foot fish at 5,000 feet. In theory, and what we're told, as it comes closer to the surface, it's supposed to get bigger. But it won't, because it would rip apart, because I don't think the fish are that elastic. But that's what we're told.
But the bodies
And one of the other reasons I don't,
to where that doesn't happen.
Right. And this is why I do believe in God and not spontaneous creation. I mean, you can argue it both ways, but everything only works in, like humans. We can only go so deep or so far, so high above ocean level before, you die.
Right.
So is that by design, or is that, an evolutionary thing? I don't know.
I mean, you're getting further and further away from the air, so you would think that further away you get from it, you would get less. When you go into outer space, at the vacuum, there's no air out there.
Yeah, if you go, I forgot what height it was. I think it's around, I know if you go above 30,000 feet, it's somewhere around 40 to 50, maybe 70. Your blood starts to boil. From the lack of pressure. So, oh man, now I said that. That makes me think of another point as far as the space program goes. We've all seen where supposed water leaks come out of the space station, or that one capsule they sent to the moon not too long ago.
Said, "Good
and
morning,
all the
my
water came out as
misogynistic
perfect
privileged
water
incel
droplets.
brothers."
That's crap. If it was going to be released in a vacuum, it would have instantly turned into a form of steam and been so small. It's not just going to float there in a glob.
What's up, Vero? How you doing, sir?
Arbero. All right. No, you forgot to call us supremacist.
Yeah, you forgot the white supreme pizzaist.
And don't make the Pillsbury doughboy Hitler show up and start screaming white flour.
Oh, God.
You've never seen that meme?
No.
Oh man, I saw that like 20 years ago. I think I still got it somewhere. I'll dig it out and send it to you on Discord. I showed that to some of the people at the coffee house I was talking about before, years ago. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of people just started, they put their hand out and started chanting it. I'm like, hey.
Arvaro said, "That
That was
a
the
good
greeting
one."
for about a month. White flour, white flour.
Gravedigger said, "If space is like a vacuum, then what is ocean pressure?"
Ah, shit, I forgot to heal.
Botrix said, Grave Digger, you
Gravedigger.
leveled up to level
If
2.
space is like a vacuum, what is the ocean pressure? Crushing.
Yeah, essentially it's the same process. No, you expand out in outer space. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what happens if you go
Ocean
in outer. Have they recorded what happens to somebody when they go in outer space without any space
Grave
suit on?
Digger said,
Is it like
They
in the
die.
maybe
movie
I'm
that
a
we
tard,
saw?
but you guys
They
know
kind of
more than me.
expand
Sorry to
and
ask so
then-
many questions.
And then they freeze up. I don't know that
Well,
part.
okay, all right, okay. I've done some research on this. You remember that movie
Grave
2001 when
said, Arvaro
Hal cut him
07
off
brother.
and the astronaut was in the pod without his helmet, and he blew the hatch and the pressure blew him into the ship. So in theory, you can survive 1 minute before your eyeballs explode.
Arvaro
You want to
said,
make sure you close your eyes,
07 brother Grave Digger.
but you might get your eardrums kind of popped because it's going to pull pressure from your ears real bad, real fast. So you might go permanently deaf. But you got, like I said, you got 60 seconds or less, and even with that, you're going to have horrible problems for the rest of your life.
Right.
But if you go to outer space without a suit, you'll be dead before you get to the outer atmosphere because your blood will boil.
Because of all the radiation.
SR-71 pilots. Well, you know what? I've never seen anybody talk about that.
I said there's a lot of radiation in outer space.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. Like SR-71 pilots, those guys fly at 70,000 feet, and they wear basically a pressure suit, like an astronaut would. Because if anything happened to the canopy and they lose pressure, it'll happen so fast, it would kill the pilot. There's no, I got 15 minutes to fix. No, it's instant. And they have a special feeding and hydration tube to the helmet, so they can eat and drink while they're flying without compromising the seal. Again, you got a whole suit made out of metal and aluminum and multiple layers of special fabrics to keep your pressure in, but they got one little tiny hole that you can stick a straw through and have a drinky. Again, more bullshit. Not
Barbara
counting freezer burn. Yeah,
said,
freezer burn,
not
exactly.
counting the possibility of freezer burn. Grave Digger
Essentially the same process in both environments.
Bata Commander, essentially
Yeah,
the same
we'll call
process in the
we'll
both
call it the same
environments.
process, but in different directions. One will make you explode, and the other one will just squish you, like stepping on a bug. Oh man, I didn't even think about your butthole. If you had to go from a pod to a spaceship. Oh man, how much with the massive vacuum?
Right.
Oh man, yeah. Of course, you'd lose your eyeballs before your butthole turns inside out. But I think if you're brave enough to pop the hatch to go from one ship to another ship in a quick vacuum, I think your butthole's probably locked up so tight you don't have to worry about that. You might empty your bladder a little faster than you want at that moment as well. Oh man, it's amazing how you can have a conversation and try and visualize these things and imagine how it affects your body, especially if you've got some experience with some of this stuff. But again, I'm not an expert. I do have experience in. No, that's not true either. I have felt this flight. Okay, getting into a hyperbaric chamber. You got two parts of the chamber. The inner chamber is going to be pressurized to whatever depth you got to go to. Let's say, like they set it for 200. Let's say you're going to dive at 200 feet, and you come up. So they've already got the chamber set for 200 feet. So you get into the chamber, you dog the hatch behind you, and you hit the crossover valve, and you start pressurizing at 200 feet. And that's it. And when you're doing that, you can really, your body's being pressurized. I mean, you can really feel the pressure because all the air starts condensing really fast, and you just break a sweat really fast. And if you got to equalize your ears, so you got to plug your nose and do that thing where you kind of blow to equalize your ears a lot. And when both chambers have equalized, then you can open that hatch because it won't open because the pressure on the inside keeps that door sealed. So when you equalize, you go into the main chamber, shut that hatch. Then if they need to hand anything over to you, they can put it in the outer chamber. So if you depressurize the hyperbaric chamber too fast, you can get a vacuum effect. I'll give you a good example. Depending on the dive you're on, where you're at,
said,
when you
is
come
it
up out of the
measured into
water, you will
atmospheres?
have to strip down naked so you can be hosed off. Because if you have any hydrocarbons on you whatsoever, under pressure, it will explode. So if you got a little bit of petroleum on you, under pressure of pure oxygen, it explodes. The hyperbaric chamber will not explode. It will cause an acute pressurization. Basically, it squishes you so bad, all your internal organs explode. They get squished. Then you get the rapid depressurization, which will rip your organs open even more. Atmosphere. Yes, Arvero. For every 33 feet you go down in water, it's 1 atmosphere. So you get into a swimming pool that's 33 feet or less, that's 1 atmosphere. You pass that 33 feet, you start feeling it. Once you start getting to 4 to 5 atmospheres, you really start feeling it. Especially if you got a 50-pound weight belt, 30-pound air tank, 18-pound dive helmet, and then you got to pick up a bunch of heavy shit underwater. Yeah, you're gonna feel it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me another coffee.
Alright, let's try to figure this out. Let's see, we're going to Cthulhu. Actually, no. We're gonna hold off on that. Ain't no upgrading that until I kill more. These others are... Well... For, like the Macedonia. Cover and assassinate the Hunter's Branch. Oh. Spartan Polemarch. I may end up wrapping. What time is it? Oh God. I need to wrap things up. It's
Arvaro
it's
said,
fucking 5 o'clock.
I studied that somewhere around 40 odd years ago.
So, oops. We're gonna do a quick save. Oh my God. I'm gonna feel this in the morning for sure. I know. Let's say, I know.
Alright.
I'm about to wrap things up, man. It's 5 in the fucking morning.
Yeah, sun's coming up where I'm at.
I just realized, it was like an hour ago I saw it. I was like, I'm just gonna keep playing. Fuck it. I'm having a good time, having a good conversation. 5 o'clock is really pushing.
Yeah.
I need to go to bed. So, shout out to Batty Commander, Christopher Kitten, hanging out in the Discord. Make sure to check out Batty
A
Commander
wild.
here on YouTube.
Ching ching.
The fuck is
Entered the
this?
chat. Welcome to the stream. Ching ching. Said,
Welcome to this stream.
how the
Hope
hell
you're
you still
doing
up,
well.
Brody?
Oh, I'm about to go to bed, trust me. I'm actually wrapping things up. A shout out to everybody in the chat. Ching Ching, which is a new name to me. Welcome.
That RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3.
We'll continue this
Said,
later.
this Nyuka still up.
Yeah, for sure.
Bata Commander. Said,
We
we will
got
continue our science
Knucklehead.
studies and
Make sure to
discussion
go.
tonight if we're up to it. Ching ching.
Oh, okay.
Said, AHH good night LOL it's Chandler BTW.
Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool.
That
Make sure to check out Knucklehead for some great gaming
RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3.
content, as well as
Said,
Bomada,
peace.
Micry Gamer. Johnny Midnight is good seeing you. Make sure to check out Rex's Prime for some great content. That rigger that stole your bike. It's always a pleasure seeing you. Big Angry Phil. It's good seeing you. Make sure to check him out, especially if you like angry podcasts, angry gaming. Another great gaming content creator, James Money 615. It's good seeing you again, sir. Grave Digger. It's good seeing you again, sir. Make sure to check out Crystal Kitten and Batty Commander here on YouTube for some great content. And the Wolf Syndicate. It's good seeing you again. I'll be back here in a little while after I get some sleep and shower and eat with some 7 Days to Die. Hope to see you there. Thank you again to everybody that's still subscribed. Your continued support has been greatly appreciated, and thank you to those that just recently subscribed. Do hope you stick around for the long run. Until next time, y'all have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you hail from. I'm out this biatch. Peace.
Don't touch me there. My no square. Don't touch me there. My no square. No, don't touch me there. This is my no square. No, don't touch me there. No, my no square. No, don't touch me there. This is my no square. No, don't touch me there. My no square. Square, 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 square. Don't touch me there. My no square. Square, 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 square. Don't touch me there. My no square. Don't touch me there. Don't touch me there. My no square. Don't touch me there. Don't touch me there. Don't touch me there.